Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th Korea-LAC Business Summit, jointly organized by the IDB, the Korean Ministry of Economy and Finance, the Korea Export Import Bank, and the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency. Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Bienvenidos a la séptima cumbre empresarial Korea-LAC. I wanted to give my greeting in Spanish because we have a lot of dignitaries from Latin America. My name is Moon Sori, your MC today. Since I spent 10 years as a news anchor covering business and economy, so this summit feels quite meaningful for me as well. Thank you very much to give me the microphone as your master of ceremony today. This year's summit is a truly significant milestone as we celebrate 20 years of the Korea-IDB partnership and look ahead at the new opportunities for growth and shared prosperity. So now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with that in mind, we'd like to commence the opening ceremony of the 7th Korea-LAC Business Summit.
20 years ago, Korea became the second Asian nation to join the IDB.
In so many ways, Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean are natural partners with a shared history of pursuing development and opportunity. LAC and Korea can learn from each other and build partnerships that drive innovation and inclusive development.
금년은 한국의 IDB 가입 20주년입니다. 그동안 한국은 IDB를 통해 약 2억 5천만 달러의 자금을 지원했습니다. 이는 전력과 물을 공급하고 도시와 농촌을 잇는 생명선이 되어 중남미의 지속 가능한 발전의 토대를 다졌습니다.
Throughout this story, our collaboration took big steps forward through tools that are changing lives across Latin America and the Caribbean. The Korea Trust Fund was created to support poverty reduction, technological innovation, and private sector development. In La Guajira, Colombia, a region long affected by drought and water shortages, the KTF supported the installation of this portable water treatment plant, providing clean water and improving lives in the community. Sharing Korea's development experience from aid recipient to donor country became the driving force behind the Korea Knowledge Sharing Program, or KSP. The KSP supported micro and small businesses in low-income communities of northeastern Brazil and improved the Urban Mobility Data Observatory in Sao Paulo. And the cooperation keeps expanding. In 2015, we set up the Korea Infrastructure Facility, or KIF, to finance critical infrastructure projects in Latin America and the Caribbean, from energy and technology to water and sanitation.
In Uruguay, our collaboration with Korea helped unlock the country's potential in human genomics. And El Salvador is a flagship success story of the IDB's and Korea's partnership, demonstrating Korea's impact in bridging the digital divide in the region. Because this is not just about infrastructure, it's about empowerment.
Together, Korea and the IDB have mobilized over $2.5 billion in projects that benefited more than 4 million households in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 4,800 institutions.
이제는 다음 20년을 향한 새로운 항해를 시작해야 합니다. 한국은 AI 대전환과 초혁신 경제 달성에 정책 역량을 집중하고 있습니다. 특히 AI 팩토리 및 기후, 에너지, 기술 개발 등 30대 선도 프로젝트를 집중 지원할 계획입니다. 이러한 대전환은 정부의 노력뿐 아니라 기업의 활발한 참여와 글로벌 파트너와의 경제 협력이 반드시 뒷받침되어야 합니다.
As we mark 20 years of enduring partnership between Korea and the IDB, we are not just reflecting on what we have achieved, we are looking ahead. Together, we will continue to drive inclusive, sustainable development across Latin America and the Caribbean and shape a brighter future for communities and families across the region.
As we look ahead, Korea and the IDB are moving forward with a new generation of initiatives, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, digital transformation, clean energy, critical minerals, and talent mobility to drive sustainable growth. The next 20 years will build on this shared vision, one of innovation, inclusion, and lasting impact for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Let's open our doors for today's summit with a big hand. Thank you very much. Yes, so we would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests who have joined us for this very, very important occasion. So first of all, thank you so much for joining us despite your very busy schedule in this opening ceremony. And so we are deeply honored to have with us honorable ministers and senior officials from various countries, distinguished ambassadors, and representatives from international organizations, as well as leaders from the public and private sectors who have long supported Korea-LAC cooperation. Yes, your presence here today has great significance to this event. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in expressing our sincere gratitude to all distinguished guests with a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. Now, to kick off today's opening ceremony, we would like to first invite His Excellency Mr. Koo Yoon-chul, Deputy Prime Minister and the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause to the podium.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días. Me llamo Yoon-chul Koo, Ministro de Finanzas de Corea. Welcome to the 7th Korea-LAC Business Summit. Today, we are honored to have with us IDB President Ilang Goldpine and Ministers Ivan Hill of Jamaica, Minister Victor Ventura of Guatemala, and distinguished government and business leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for coming all the way to Korea. I also extend my gratitude to KOTRA CEO Kang Kyung-sung and Kexim Bank staff for their support in organizing this important event, and to all the Korean business leaders here today. Distinguished guests, this year marks the 20th anniversary of Korea's membership in IDB. Over the past 2 decades, Korea and the LAC region have grown from distant friends to trusted partners, sharing knowledge, technology, and a vision for inclusive growth. Through the IDB, Korea has distributed financial resources, technological expertise, and capacity building program. They have supported millions of householders across the region with cleaner water, more reliable energy, and better transportation. Korean businesses, in turn, have found new opportunities in infrastructure, energy, and digital sectors. And none of this would have been possible without the work of IDB staff, including 40 Korean professionals serving as bridges between our two regions. Beyond the cooperation with IDB, Korea has also deepened trade with the IDB region. Starting with the FTA with Chile in 2004, Korea expanded its FTA partnership to Peru in 2011, Colombia in 2016, and 5 Central America in 2019. Just last month, we signed a strategic economic cooperation agreement with Ecuador. As a result of the last 20 years, our trade has tripled, and Korea's investment in the LAC region has grown more than 15-fold. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, we must respond to new global challenges such as slowdowns in trade and rapid technological shifts. In Latin America, there is a saying, en la necesidad se conoce al amigo. That is to say, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Now is the time for Korea and the ROC region to deepen our strategic partnership. Allow me to struggle 3 areas for future cooperation. First, acceleration AI transformations. Today, Korea is directing its policy efforts toward AI-driven transformation across the economy and society. By combining Korea's deep tech capabilities with the ROC region's strong digital potential, we can create powerful synergies for innovation. Second, strengthening critical mineral supply chain changes. The ROC region holds about 30% of the global reserves, and Korea is a leader in EVs, batteries, and semiconductors. By working together, we can build secure and sustainable value chain. Third, expanding energy infrastructure. With the ROC's abundant clean energy resources and Korea's proven expertise, we can jointly contribute to the global energy transition. To realize these goals, Korea is committed to working closely with the IDB. We will establish IDB AI Hub in Korea to scale financing and innovation in AI sector. Also, we will discuss new financing mechanism to support digital and critical mineral and energy projects across the ROC region. We will also continue to support private sector development through IDB Invest and IDB Lab. Distinguished guests, as we celebrate 20 years of partnership, we now look ahead to the next 20 years. Korea seguirá caminando de la mano del BID, avanzando juntos hacia un mundo mejor. Korea will work hand in hand with the IDB, advancing together toward a better world. Let me continue this journey together for shared prosperity, for innovation and for a bright future. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Bienvenido a Korea.
Thank you very much, the Prime Minister, Mr. Koo, especially to prepare Spanish. Why don't you give it a big round of applause? Thank you very much once again for sharing the vision for the stronger partnership with Latin America as well. Thank you so much. Now, let's invite Mr. Kang Kyung-sung, President and CEO of Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency, KOTRA, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him to the stage with a big hand.
반갑습니다. Greetings,
Good morning.
President and CEO of KOTRA. I'd like to congratulate the opening of the 7th Korea-LAC Business Summit. Mr. Ilang Goldfein, President of IDB, Mr. Owen Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce of Jamaica, Mr. Victor Ventura, Minister of Energy and Mine of Guatemala, and all the government representatives and business leaders from both Latin America and Korea. It's my great honor to welcome you all. I also like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Koo Yoon-chul, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance of Korea, as well as to the Ministry of the Economy and Finance and the Export-Import Bank of Korea for making this event possible. The world today faces significant challenges. We are monitoring global supply chain changes, responding to climate changes, and moving toward the AI era. Korea and Latin America are strong partners ready to create synergies and face these challenges together. Latin America is rich in key resources for future industry, such as lithium and copper. Korea has innovative technologies in areas like AI, smart cities, and advanced engineering. With our strengths together, we can overcome any challenge with ease. This is marked the 20th anniversary of Korea's membership in the IDB. I hope that this 7th summit will become an important starting point for the next 20 years of collaborations. KOTRA will do its best to ensure that today's event leads to tangible outcomes in export and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an old saying in Spanish, no hay mal que por bien no venga. This means every adversity brings an opportunity. Even in the midst of global uncertainty, Korea and Latin America can turn this crisis into an opportunity for progress. Once again, I sincerely appreciate all of you for taking the time to attend this event. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for your encouraging message and for KOTRA's continued effort to expand the opportunities between Korea and Latin America. Thank you very much. So now, everyone, last but not least, we are honored to invite to the podium Mr. Ilan Goldfein, the President of Inter-American Development Bank Group, for his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause to the stage.
Good morning. What a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Q, for all your hospitality. I must say your Spanish amazed me. I need to tell you that despite being Deputy Prime Minister, his most important job was working at the IDB for 3 years. President Kang, business leaders, Kexim, friends, innovators, ambassadors here, thank you very much for being here with us. We opened the 7th Korea-LAC Business Summit. We are celebrating 20 years of partnership between Korea and the Inter-American Development Bank Group. We also had, 10 years ago, the birth of IDB Invest, our private sector arm in Busan, here in Korea. When Korea joined the IDB in 2005, we were building a bridge across the Pacific. The bridge has grown every year, connecting our regions through trade, investment, technology, innovation, and most importantly, people. And this summit is where the bridge comes to life. We are meeting today at a time of change in the global economy. Trade, investment patterns are shifting, supply chains are being redefined, and new technologies are transforming how countries compete and how they grow. And amid all of this, I need to tell you that Latin America and the Caribbean have shown resilience. The region continues to grow, to manage inflation, to pursue reforms, each country in its own way. The resilience matters because it means our region is not only navigating global volatility, but it's adjusting to transitions. The resilience means also that you are ready to meaningful opportunities. For example, to turn uncertainty into integration regionally, but also globally. In a time when the world is looking for stable, reliable partners, our region can offer exactly that. Latin America and the Caribbean is a $6.6 trillion market together if it's integrated. It's rich in critical minerals, in energy supply, in food production. 17% of all Korean food is imported from Latin America and the Caribbean. We are a natural partner. Over the past 20 years, the trade between Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean have grown 5 times, from 13 billion to, we forecast, 70 billion this year, just in bilateral trade, $70 billion. Korean exports like cars, electronics, machinery, steel, plastics now find eager buyers in the region. Latin American exports like copper, lithium, fuels, cereals, agricultural products also are essential inputs for Korea. Those are complementarities. They are clear. And when you have complementarities, you have trade. So the region provides natural capital, renewable resources that drive global industries. Korea brings technology, financing, industrial expertise that make those resources more productive and sustainable. You know, Korean companies are investing in the region future. They're building cars in Mexico and Brazil. I was just talking with the Hyundai. We are manufacturing electronics in Central America. We are advancing lithium, important lithium. And we're doing a lot of renewable energy projects from Argentina to Chile. And the relationship is starting to go both ways. Do you know that Mexico's a company called Kidzania is now operating in Seoul, reflecting the Latin America growing commercial footprint in Korea? So now it's coming both ways. This is a relationship that is moved beyond trade. It's built on trust, in knowledge, and shared opportunity. Over the past 20 years, we have done a lot between IDB Group and Korea. We have benefited, and that's important, the impact, 4 million households using $2 billion from Korea to co-finance infrastructure, connectivity, clean energy, to access more electricity. You saw the movie. Water also was in a small movie. Sanitation, digital services. We are now, and I want to announce it and say it, we are expanding our partnership with new cooperation package that focuses in 5 priority areas and 5 ingredients. The priority areas are artificial intelligence, digital transformation, energy, critical minerals, infrastructure, and talent mobility people. The ingredients are, as the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned, a new hub here in Seoul, an AI hub here that will be funded by an expanded Korea Fund with grants. We are working with guarantees to expand our financing in the region. We signed an agreement with Kexim to co-finance the private sector in Latin America. Korean companies will have co-financing to invest in Latin America. And last but not least, we want more Korean people in the bank. So we're going to expand the job opportunities. We're going to have a job fair here to attract Korean to the bank. We will continue in the next 2 days in this Korea-LAC Business Summit. We will do a Bid for the Americas. Bid for the Americas is our flagship program to attract companies to our projects in the region, to tell them where and how to invest. We're going to have a PPP seminar, public and private partnership, so that we can cooperate between the 2 sectors, public and private. And we're going to have a venture capital meeting, because venture is about innovation, is about startup. And as I mentioned, our job fairs will open a new pathway. We are looking to create what we call the K-IDB, with the K talent. So, if you want, you can call us a matchmaking. We do matchmaking, and that's what we're going to do this. It's not going to be blind. It's going to be a matchmaking with the eyes very open. We are also launching publication, knowledge. You will see a publication with a new report called 2 Decades, One Partnership, Korea and the IDB Group, delivering at scale. So look at the publication. It has a lot of information. So also, you can look at the QR code. If not all of you speak Spanish, like the Deputy Prime Minister, this is all our webpage in Korean. You just go there and you'll see we created a webpage just for you in Korea. So let me tell you now about what do we see in Korea. We see an example for our countries. Korea transformation, for one of the clear examples that development, what we do, can work. Korea went from a war-torn country to a global industrial and technological power. Korea escaped what economists like myself say, the middle income trap. You cannot leave the middle income. Well, Korea have achieved this. And this is important for our 660 million people. In Latin America River, we have 660 million people. And they are looking at Korea as an example. It is called the miracle of the Han River, but it's not a miracle. It was planning, consistency, and execution. For example, you can think that there are three main elements that we want to use for our countries. First, we need to invest in people, education. That's very important. Number two, we need to build strong institutions that can open the economy and promote competition. Number three, the government and the private sector has to work, they both have to work together, hand in hand. So those are the ingredients: human capital, institution, public and private sector, are what our region needs to scale and have more impact. So we have the resources, Latin America. We have the potential. What we can take from Korea is the importance of investment in the long term, incentives, discipline, continuity, and collaboration between several sectors. So let me close by telling you that the Korean experience is a source of inspiration for our region. Over the next 2 days, we want to promote Korea-LAC partnership with more KIDB. I'm confident that this Korea-LAC Summit will help us translate those lessons into action. We connect companies, we connect governments, we connect innovations. We can make the same progress happen across Latin America and the Caribbean. And as we celebrate 20 years of partnership, we also celebrate, and I must say, friendship that is built on respect, trust, and shared success. So thank you very much. 감사합니다.
What an energetic voice to liven up the mood to begin the 7th Korea-LAC Business Summit. We need another big round of applause to him. Thank you very much for your remarkable message. Thank you to highlight the importance of innovation and shared prosperity in our partnership. Thank you very much once again. Now, everyone, unfortunately, our three distinguished guests who carried out a few messages on stage will now first leave the ceremony for their next engagement. Thank you very much once again for joining us today. And everyone, please stand off them with a big hand once again. Thank you for your dedication and leadership to advancing the Korea-LAC cooperation. Thank you very much once again. Please stand off them with a big hand once again. So now, ladies and gentlemen, as our opening ceremony concludes, we will now move seamlessly into the next part of our programs, which is plenary session 1, titled The Evolving Trade, Investment and Innovation Landscape, Advancing Korea-LAC Economic Cooperation. So we kindly ask all our distinguished participants to remain seated as we prepare to begin. Thank you very much for your patience. And as the stage is being cleared for the first plenary session, let me just briefly introduce what lies ahead. In this first plenary session, we'll explore how trade and investment between Korea and Latin America have evolved over the past 2 decades, and how innovation can further enhance economic cooperation and shared growth. Our panel will also discuss strategies to strengthen competitiveness through regional integration, innovative financing, and high-impact partnerships that shape a resilient, future-ready Korea-LAC economy. Yes, under the theme, the evolving trade, investment, and innovation landscape, this session will explore how Korea and LAC region can work together to build a more resilient and forward-looking economy. You will hear insights on how global supply chains are being reshaped, how investment flows are shifting towards green and digital industries, and how innovation can serve as a bridge connecting our two regions. So it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage for this session our moderator and all panelists. As I mentioned their names, please welcome them with a big hand. As I call upon your names, please come up to the stage. So to lead this important discussion, we are pleased to welcome our moderator, Mr. Fabrizio Offerti, Manager of the Integration and Trade Sector at the Inter-American Development Bank Group. Thank you very much once again. Joining us today as panelists, we are honored to welcome Mr. Osmond Martinez, Minister of State for the Ministry of Economic Transformation of Belize. Thank you so much once again. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Francisco Gonzalez, President of National Auto Parts Industry of Mexico. Thank you very much once again. And please welcome Ms. Lucila Arbolella, President of the Technology Laboratory of Uruguay. Welcome. And for the next, Mr. Kim Il-bum, Executive Vice President, Global Policy Office, Hyundai Motor Group. Thank you very much. And last but not least, please welcome Mr. Cho Sung-dae, Director of the Center for Trade Studies Cooperation, Korea International Trade Association, KITA. Thank you so much once again for joining us today. So now I'd like to hand off the microphone to our distinguished moderator. Would you please begin the session?
Well, thank you so much. Good morning to everyone, distinguished guests and panelists. It's my honor to welcome you to the first plenary session of the Korea-LAC Forum. This is the 7th edition. I was there from the very beginning, so I have a very deep appreciation of this event and what we do with Korea and with the Korean government. As manager of the productivity, trade, and innovation sector of the Inter-American Development Bank, I am delighted to moderate this session alongside an exceptional panel of leaders right here. But before we start, let's put some things in perspective. Very important things were said today to give us context to the conversation. 60 years after the establishment of diplomatic relations between Korea and our region, the Korea-LAC partnership, as you can tell, stands as a testament of resilience and especially shared ambition. Today, Korea has become our region's second largest trading partner in the Asia region, with bilateral trade in goods and services expected to reach $70 billion, as was said before, and we welcome you to download the publication. There are also print versions in which we analyze these flows of trade, investment, and cooperation. Korean companies have invested $13.6 billion in Latin America and the Caribbean since 2018. And our people-to-people ties and exchanges are stronger than ever. More than 100,000 Koreans live in our region. And this type of event where we disseminate knowledge, where we interact, where we do matchmaking is undoubtedly very important for that people-to-people and the business-to-business exchange. The bilateral trade will reach 70 billion. Korea is exporting, as you know, semiconductors, vehicles, electronics. That has driven much of this dynamism. Our region, in complementarity, like Ilan was saying, continues to supply vital and critical resources that Korea needs for this energy transition, but increasingly also value-added goods. So, you know, we export refined copper and copper alloys from Chile, but we also export combustion and piston engines from Mexico and many other goods. Trade is a little concentrated in 5 countries. They account for almost 90%. So we have an opportunity to diversify both markets as well and goods and services, and the share is still small. Right. So there's a lot more to do. We have grown a lot, undoubtedly, but the potential is there. We're complementary. Food security is key. Almost 17% of Korea's imports of food come from Latin America and the Caribbean. So that's a very important sector. On digital transformation as well, Korea's leadership in information technologies offers a pathway for our region. We have to do more there in the clean energy and critical minerals, which will be a special objective of this panel, and we have colleagues from the IDB that will be discussing all these opportunities. So what should we do? We're going to talk about in the panel, but we should reduce trade barriers. Trade costs are very high. Tariffs are still high, non-tariff barriers, logistics and transportation costs are still high. So we need to keep working on this, harmonizing regulations, reducing trade costs, doing more harmonization of our regulations. The ongoing negotiations of Korea with Mexico and Mercosur provide us a lot of hope and illusion, and the recent agreement with Ecuador also are very promising signs, but urgency is needed. In this panel, we will discuss some of those elements. I would like to reiterate also for the companies and entrepreneurs that are here from all of Latin America that we have a way, many platforms, Connect Americas, Bid for the Americas, that we will be sharing in the next few days, apart from the matchmaking that we do. So with that, we will now turn to our distinguished panelists. We will start with Minister Osmond Martinez, another minister we have here today with us, and it's great to have you here, Osmond, the Minister of State for Foreign Trade and Economic Transformation of Belize. So, Minister Martinez, what do you think are some key reforms or initiatives that are helping Belize attract investment and expand trade opportunities, particularly in ways that could deepen economic cooperation with partners like Korea? Welcome, Osmond.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Allow me to congratulate Korea for its 20th anniversary as a member of the IDB. It's a well-packed question because it speaks about investment and trade, which are, they work hand in hand at the same time. They're huge, two huge sectors. So in terms of investment, what Belize has done, well, first of all, let me tell you that you all are invited to come to Belize. Belize is so beautiful. It has the second largest barrier reef in the world, but the largest living barrier reef in the world. It's #1 destination for anyone who would want to come and do some diving. And so Belize's comparative advantage is in the tertiary sector, the service sector. And very little has done in the primary sector. Nonetheless, under the leadership of our present Prime Minister, the Honorable Jan Bersenyo, who also sends greetings to the people of Korea, we're looking more to see how we can move on into manufacturing and to do more investments in terms of food security. Belize has a landscape whereby we can do a lot of agro-production. We have the land. We are a little bit different than our Caribbean countries. Nonetheless, very little has been done in that area. And one of the focus and reforms that we're doing is how can we access more accessible finance? And through climate finance, for example, our development bank, Belize Development Bank, which is the DFC, but it has been rebranded, has recently become accredited to the Green Climate Fund. So our hope is that we can channel more finance to the private sector at a low-cost finance and long-term of repayment back, whereby we can move on into manufacturing and we can become the breadbasket for the Caribbean, but also to countries such as Korea. In terms of trade, trade is unique. And along with IDB, we are working on the trade and facilitation project, which will definitely help us to improve the procedures, the customs procedures, and to improve that ease of import-exports for the private sector. Where does Korea's and private sector fits in the air? And that will be that Belize is well positioned to be the link between the Pacific Corridor and the Atlantic Corridor. Again, we're doing that work with IDB. And there is a significant investment that Belize would like to make, and that is to connect the Tren Maya in Mexico that will come all the way to Belize City to the port, and then connect up to Guatemala, and hopefully there can be a connection up to the Pacific of Guatemala. And that way, Belize will become a logistics hub. And I was happy to hear that the President just announced the PPPs, the public-private partnership, that we will have access to finance to the Korean citizens because they have the know-how. When you look at Busan, for example, you have the transshipment sort of containers, and that's something similar Belize would like to make with trade. And then I would like to end on that note by saying that Belize is considering and having a trade and investment agreement with the Republic of Korea so as to improve that trade facilitation with the people and the country of Korea.
Thank you so much, Minister Martinez. Also a packed answer. Food security, service, tourism, logistics in beautiful Belize. So all entrepreneurs that are looking at the sectors, make sure you see the minister after the panel. So we now turn to a neighbor, a bigger neighbor, to Mexico, Francisco Gonzalez. Welcome, it's great to see you, bienvenido. Francisco is president of the National Auto Parts Industry of Mexico. So I will jumpstart with you, Francisco. How do you see Korea and LAC cooperation contributing to the development of more resilient value chains and special regional value chains, particularly in industries like the automotive, where integration and competitiveness are, of course, are critical elements.
Sure. Thank you, Fabrizio. Thank you, IDB, for the invitation. I've been a fan of IDB for many, many years, working with different areas, IDB Invest, and so on. First to position the idea of Mexico. Mexico accounts for more than 50% of the manufacturing goods in Latin America, 50%. And also Mexico is the fourth largest producer of auto parts worldwide and the fifth in automotive industry. This also means that Korea has the main investments in the manufacturing sector in Mexico. Samsung, Hyundai, Kia, LG, POSCO, they have the largest footprint in Mexico. Why do I say this? Because I think that the next steps for the industrialization goes via the AI. I've heard in the past 3 speeches that AI will play a special song in Korea, also in Mexico, and I think that this is the point where we can share information about the way of doing things in Korea. We can implement those via talent in Mexico. We already have many, many hubs, as I mentioned, in the electrical equipment, in the automotive industry, and we can join forces. And since we have really a very young population, we need the expertise of Korea to continue and develop more areas of knowledge in Mexico, in Latin America, and you can view this also as a hub. The hub is also interesting because we have a direct flight. This helps also to move people in a very fast way. Obviously, fast is 14 hours flight, but nevertheless, it's near. It's easy to get to Mexico. It's easy to get to Monterrey, for example, where Hyundai Kia has the factory, and also to the nearby cities that you can also see that AI is very important for Mexico, for Latin America, and that we can connect very good with Korea. And yes, we need the talent and other things that we can continue talking about it, but thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That connectivity element is absolutely key, of course. Thank you, Francisco. We now turn to a fellow national, also from Uruguay, Lucila Arbolella, who is the president of the Technological Laboratory of Uruguay. So all the innovators out there, make sure you meet Lucila after the panel. Welcome, bienvenida, Lucila. what do you see as the most effective ways for Latin American countries, and Uruguay in particular, to strengthen innovation capacities and technology adoption, to enhance competitiveness, deepen economic partnerships with Korea, and ultimately lead to growth, because we need economic growth, like we were commenting before.
Thank you, Fabricio, and thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. It was a long flight, and I have two small children at home, but it was so important for me to be here that it's worth it. I studied economics, so Korea is really, the president of the IDB was talking about Korea as an inspiration model. It's actually the model for Uruguay. So currently, Uruguay has a strategy to increase economic growth. We need it. We're a very stable country, good economic, political stability, strong institutions, but really we need a bit more to have discretional changes in terms of growth, and exports is a main tool for that, and particularly innovation. So the government, continuing on previous governments, what it's doing, it's a strategy to really focus on innovation as a source to increase productivity and later growth. So I think the president, I've noted down, he talks about planning, consistency, and execution. And he pretty much has said much of what I wanted to say, but four things that our plan has is one, really to increase innovation levels. So the region as a whole invests around 0.6% of GDP in innovation. Korea does something like 5%, 3.5% the US. So we really need to do that, and we need to have systematic ways in which both the public sector, and I speak for the laboratory myself, we have a big plan to do anything from zero paper in labs, really using AI for anything that we can to create better policies or really connect more to the private sector, but also the private sector. So in Uruguay, we really also need to get the private sector to innovate more. We have things like, there's a recent decree that gives fiscal benefits to attract foreign talent. Also, we're reducing the procedures to import. So for example, for biotechnology, anything that is equipment related to biotech, which is quite a growing sector in Uruguay, there's going to be tax exemptions. So there's a lot of policy specific to getting the private sector to invest more. And here I'm speaking for Uruguay, but I think most of these things apply to the region. Second, and I think this is where Korea has done extremely well, is getting from ideas to markets. We are a bit obsessed in Latin America with the ideas and not so much of like, where does this idea go to, and basically who buys it or how can I build it somehow. So really having that and as an objective is a very important point, and that's why part of the reason why I'm here too is really to go to the markets that are a destination for our services and particularly exports of any kind. Third point, much more, I think here's when he was talking about execution. There's a lot of agencies, it's true again in Uruguay, but also in Latin America, that different public agencies that talk about innovation. We have different instruments, and sometimes they don't always work together, so we're doing an enormous effort to really coordinate. And a fourth point, is on regulation. Sometimes conversations are quite binary on this topic, whether there should or there shouldn't be any regulation, but our focus is really to have good quality regulations. There are sectors, sort of emerging sectors now, like AI, like sandbox, like biotechnology, that need regulation, but the kind that really promote investment and not really deters it. So really moving the conversation towards good regulation, and that's where, I mean, for everything, we look at what Korea has done, but I think there's a lot of these things like regulation on biotechnology or particular incentives we have for some sectors where Koreans could be attracted in Uruguay, either to come and invest, but also to pilot ideas and things that our regulation allows it. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to 2 packed days of meetings.
Excellent, Lucila. Thank you so much, and congratulations on the approval of all those incentives that the country is providing for talent, for trade, and doing a great job at that. So congrats on that, and hopefully you will generate many opportunities after this packed 2 days. So now we turn to distinguish Mr. Elbon Kim, Executive Vice President, Global Policy Office of the Hyundai Motor Group. Thanks so much. It's great to be in your country. And once again, I think it's my 10th or 11th time, so I'm quite familiar with Korea, a country which I deeply admire. What strategic areas of collaboration do you see between Korea and Latin America as the most promising, the very specific ones, for accelerating, giving more speed to these complementarities that we were talking about, especially industrial transformation and advancing shared innovation, which is a little bit what Lucila was also referring to?
Thank you, Fabrizio. First of all, allow me to join others in congratulating Korea's joining the IDB, the 20th anniversary. And we would like to congratulate, we would like to look forward to another very productive 20 more years between IDB and the Republic of Korea, as well as the private companies, including Hyundai Motor Group. And before I answer that question, Fabrizio, is there anyone from the Ecuadorian, are there Ecuador colleagues here? Oh, yes.
Ecuador's in the house.
The reason I mentioned that is because back in 1974 is when Hyundai Motor Company built the very first car called the Pony. Oh, yes, hello. And it was 2 years later in 76 that we exported the Pony to Ecuador, which was the very first country that Hyundai Motor Company exported our cars. So it's been almost 50 years now. And I think the relationship between Hyundai Motor Group and Latin America and the Caribbean has tremendous potential to grow even further and to become more prosperous for all. And the Global Policy Office that I represent is part of the Hyundai Motor Group. And for those of you who may not know that, I just wanted to say that because Hyundai Motor Group consists of 56, or I think 57 affiliates. We have subsidiaries. Hyundai and Kia are two of those 56 affiliates, and the other affiliates include everything from constructions, rail, defense, logistics, and also in recent years, Hyundai Motor Group has acquired or set up other companies such as Supernal, which is the company that we created that is doing research and commercialization of flying taxis. So these are the flying taxis that are powered by clean energy. Hopefully, we hope that it will be powered by hydrogen ultimately, but also we also have set up a company called Motional, which is our company to research self-driving cars. And then finally, we acquired the company Boston Dynamics, which is very famous for its robot dog, the Spot, and I'm sure many of you probably saw that on YouTube. So Boston Dynamics we bought and we acquired, and we are continuously investing in that. The reason I mentioned this is because I wanted everyone here to understand what it is that Hyundai Motor Group does and what our future vision for mobility looks like. It's everything from AI, that is driving robotics, that is put into our smart factories for very smart manufacturing, which is then used in our logistics and transportation, using energy sources that are clean and sustainable and renewable. So this is a whole of cycle sort of future vision of mobility that we have, which aligns with our vision for the company itself, which we call Progress for Humanity. And so this is what Hyundai Motor Group does as a group. And again, Hyundai and Kia are part of that group. And we spoke about AI, and I think we hear about and we talk about AI continuously, and that is something that will probably unlock the tremendous human potential that we have, which we haven't been able to unleash so far. I think AI technology, used the right way and with certain regulations, as our colleagues mentioned before, and with the right sort of regulations, I think it will unleash tremendous potential, not just for human beings, but for companies as well. And I think AI will be driving that change and innovation, certainly. But at the end of the day, it really is the human capital that is most important to us. And the final point that I just like to mention is that Hyundai Motor Group attaches tremendous importance on human resources and developing those human resources. And there are other examples, specific examples that I can share with you, and I know I'm mindful of the time, but one last thing would be, we have a Hyundai Motor Group Innovation Center in Singapore. The acronym is HMGICS. And this is an innovation center. We do not call it a factory. It is not a manufacturing center either. It is an innovation center where we utilize the latest technologies using AI, robotics, and we research air mobility. We researched the best way to adopt dark factories, which can run 24/7 on renewable energy. And there are all sorts of these innovative research that is going on at the Innovation Center in Singapore. But also what we do at the same time is we try to cultivate the very young and eager talent that are present in the community, in Singapore in particular. So working with the Singaporean government, Hyundai Motor Group, HM GICS in Singapore, and then the various Singaporean agencies, as well as the technical colleges in Singapore, we have a trilateral cooperation whereby we try to develop those young local talents in STEM. Because Singapore faces the same problems as we do here in Korea. Not a lot of young, smart students want to go into science or technology or engineering or mechanics or medicine. They would rather go into medicine and be a lawyer instead of becoming engineers and AI scientists. So we try to cultivate that kind of talent, and I think that is an area where if we have an opportunity to talk about it a little bit more, where Latin America and Caribbean and companies like Hyundai Motor Group, but also in conjunction and with the help of government agencies, can really tap into that, because I think that is the critical point. Before we talk about whether or not we can realize our innovation vision and manufacturing, smart mobility, whatever it is. I mean, it's at the end of the day, really, it comes down to human beings and people and the next generation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kim, and super interesting. As you know, the president of the IDB was mentioning, we want to do more, even more in innovation exchange with Korea, especially on AI. So we want to be that bridge of fostering more innovation and people-to-people exchanges, and academic as well, and company to company, and of course all the public goods for your expansion into the region. Hopefully more counts on the IDB for that. Mr. Seung-Dae Cho, very welcome to you, Director at the Center for Trade Studies Cooperation of the Korea International Trade Association, KITA, a very important institution which I've known very well throughout the years. So welcome to the forum. From your perspective, Mr. Cho, what lessons or policy approaches would you say would help strengthen our mutual value chains, those complementarities in strategic sectors such as semiconductors, electric mobility, which was mentioned before, or digital technologies in general? What more can be done?
Yeah, before I begin, I'd like to deliver my sincere gratitude for having me here. It is my very prestige and honor to present my opinion to not only Korean business and agencies, but also the Latin American Caribbean countries. Before I talk about the supply chain in strategic sectors, I'd like to talk about a little bit about the change in the global value chain. Korea, not only Korea, but also many other countries build their own value chain or supply chain from the perspective of the cost efficiency. So Korea, I think Korea is the top leader to build their own global value chain using their FTAs, trade agreements, and other the foreign investment to utilize their capitals. Yeah, I think all of us here can remember that there was a blockade in the Suez Canal, that all the global value chain was stopped almost a month. And then we experienced a very unexpected shock of the COVID-19. They changed global value chain, and they changed the Korean business attitude and ideas heavily. And also, I'd like to touch upon that we are experiencing a severe digitalization. So and KITA invited Professor Richard Baldwin from the IND in Switzerland, and he mentioned that digitalization will make huge impact or change to the global trade and investment. Because digitalization, it did not happen soon, but in some days it will happen, because digitalization means the flow of data, and that means you don't need to invest, big money to the new emerging countries that utilize the low cost. You can directly go to the consumption market, and you can build your own products with low cost and low other logistics cost. And then I like to talk about the importance of economic security. We are experiencing very turbulent moment of the tariff. You know what I mean, from the upper the American country. And we are expecting an APEC meeting and a bilateral meeting in Korea this week. We are, United States and China are competing each other and fiercely, severely. And even though there is somewhat little progress in the Gaza, but there are still arms conflict in that area, and also we do not expect any peace treaty in Ukraine sooner or later. So that means the dual use export control is quite a good, significant issue in a strategic sector, such as semiconductor, EV battery that you mentioned. And Korea is competing with China and Japan, and it is a very critical moment for Korean business and Korean industries. So safe and secure supply chain or global value chain is very important challenge to Korean business. And I think it is also the same meaningful and challenging to LAC countries. So let me ask you that the Latin American and Caribbean countries, that is Korea is trusted partner, or do you think Korea has enough capital to invest or business deal with your business or industries? I think yes. So we do not weaponize our critical, technology or value chain or supply chain to our trusted partners, such as Latin American and Caribbean countries. Third point, what I'd like to emphasize is what Korea's strength is. Back in 70s and 80s, the Korea was famous for low price and good quality. It is still true, but low price is not true anymore. So China is replacing, that value. So I think Korea's strengths, and this is not my idea. This is what I learned and I heard from my European friends and American friends and other countries, from other countries. The Korea is still trustworthy partner, because Korea delivers good quality, and Korea keeps schedule, and Korea has low risk. There are still a number of people who think about South Korea is not safe country because of North Korea, but I think people in this room does not believe that. And also, the Korea is having more and more patents, and that means Korea has its own unique technologies, but also Korea is specialized in the commercializing. So in case of auto, even though the President Il-bum Kim is here, the automotive and semiconductor was made by the American. But Korea makes good quality and maybe the best quality of the automobiles and semiconductors in Korea. And in case of display and battery, Japan was top leader a couple of decades ago, but now Korea is number 1 or number 2. So, and in case of what if the cosmetics and the healthcare, and what about the K-food and the anti-aging, supplementary food? That is Korea's strength, and they symbolize Korea's commercializing and adding value technologies, and their own marketing strategies. I think that is one of the values that Latin American and Caribbean countries can believe in Korea's strengths, and we can utilize those strengths.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. Thank you so much for your comments. In challenging times, opportunities of complementarity, more access to markets. Of course, Korea is a trusted partner, 20 years at the IDB, and we're looking for the next 20. So going, and we have to be mindful of time into this second round of questions, and we want to leave very important concepts to our audience. Osman, Minister Martinez, you're talking about your country's sustainable development, that jewel that you have to keep, which is Belize. How can collaboration with Korea, a global leader in digital and technological innovation, help accelerate that transition in a country like Belize?
Thank you. When we look at innovation in Belize, we look at it at a different angle than what Korea looks at through a different lens. So while Korea is thinking about how the next Samsung phone will look like, or what their technology will look like in 2050, innovation for us is how do we protect our natural resources? How do we make our natural resources that by 2050, it will still continue to be the world's carbon sink? And so with the challenges that we have in the agro-productive sector, knowing that Belize is vulnerable to climate change, according to the World Bank, is around 4th in the world. So its impacts and its vulnerability is very high. So just for us to be able to produce, it becomes so difficult. There was a study that was done with IDB Lab in order to, so just let me give you a quick example here. So let's look at cattle. When you produce cattle, there is like approximately one head of cattle to either 1 acre of land or 2. No, with the IDB Lab, a study was done where we can do up to 10, 12 heads of cattle to 1 acre of land by adding more trees that have high protein. And that by itself is innovation for us. While because we are eliminating deforestation, making the land space more efficient, and at the same time being able to produce more and make it more viable. Now, when it comes to digitalization, digitalization is so important. And even though Belize has been talking a lot about the, digitalization, there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And that's where I see an opportunity with IDB through PPPs and Korean companies to help us in digitalization, where we can make our public sector more productive, and at the same time, through science and technology, we will be able to disrupt the stagnation of productivity and efficiency.
Great. Applying innovation to your comparative advantages as well.
Absolutely.
In agriculture, in tourism, and the like. It's very important for sustainable economic development. Francisco, what concrete opportunities do you see for Korea and LAC to collaborate in emerging industries that can drive, again, long-term innovation, new value-added trade, investment partnerships, and ultimately growth?
Sure. Obviously, in the investment area, I foresee hydrogen as a very interesting possibility to produce in Mexico because we have the sun and the water. And this links also to solar panels and other kinds of energy that Korea has already developed and the IDB is already financing. I think that this is something that we need in Mexico because of the growth of the manufacturing sector. We're always in need of more energy. We have also these data centers that are coming to Mexico, and we need more and more energy. We are energy hungry, and this is not the traditional one. This is not only the gas or oil and fossils energy. What we want to do is generate new possibilities, and in the hydrogen sector and in the solar sector, I think that Korea has a very interesting technology, or very interesting technologies. But also by the digital transformation. For first time in the history of Mexico, we have an office that's directly reporting to the president. And the idea is Agencia Digital. With this digital agency, the idea is to transform Mexico into more digital businesses, digital requirements, digital everything, formats and so on. And this clears up also the ambiente for lesser corruption, for easier tramits and permits and so on. Then these two are key, but I want not to stop only with these two ideas. Another one that's in the ambiente, but it's never said, is the boats. Korea has beautiful shipyards, extraordinary shipyards, and we need to send our goods from Mexico to Chile, to Colombia in good boats. Really, this is the ships that we have in the Americas are not very good. And this is another specific opportunity, but the most and more important one is talent. I think that in Mexico we have a lot of STEM, of scientists, technology, engineers, and mathematicians, and the idea is to develop those STEM students. We are leading in the Americas in the number of STEM students, but what we need is to further develop them in digital areas, in AI, the main theme that we are touching today, and other areas, for example, healthcare and medical devices and so on. We have those possibilities, and again, talent is the most important one.
Thank you so much, Francisco. Very important what you said about the trade infrastructure, in particular the ports. Our intra-regional trade is still very low, around 16%. In Europe, it's more than 60. We need to improve our trade infrastructure, lower our trade costs, and that's an opportunity for Korea as an investment opportunity to improve those airports and roads and ports as well. So a very important element. Lucila, how do you see institutions like LATU, like the technological laboratory which you lead, fostering greater knowledge transfer and joint innovation? You were talking about R&D before, with Korea, particular in areas, such as digital transformation, green technologies, advanced manufacturing, energy, which you know a lot about. How do you see the role of LATU?
Yeah, well, first of all, sort of presence and aftercare. So being here, as I said before, that's pretty important because we're a small country. We have a lot of good qualities, but they need to be heard. And then the aftercare is, I think, is my mic on?
I think the microphone.
I worked on TV for a year.
No, the mic.
So I can tell when the mic's off. Is it on?
It's a melt with a microphone.
Is it mine?
No.
Oh, I think
yours is not on.
mine is not, right?
Let's see now.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Oh.
I think you're good.
I'm back.
Okay, you're back.
So the aftercare is really, we go back to Uruguay, life happens, we are all quite busy, but really continuing conversations and going back to the president of IDB, sort of executing on a lot of the things that we've discussed. But maybe just, I know we're short on time, but talking about energy in particular, Uruguay is a country that has, I think last year was 99% of the generation of electric power was generated by renewables. There was a big transition done a few years ago, and we really are a model for producing renewables, but also then the adoption of renewables in other parts that are not only sort of residential and commercial consumption, but particularly EVs is a big thing, and there's a lot that you can learn from Uruguay about how power systems react to high penetrations of renewables, but also particularly, and because Hyundai is here, we have a project. So Uruguay is a very good place to pilot projects, but also a very good entrance and exit for the Mercosur. We have good ports, we have good relationships with the rest, but also a very good place to pilot. So we have closed, there's a financial investment decision that was done a few months ago on a project that there's an infrastructure company that builds solar power and which feeds an electrolyzer that produces hydrogen that then Hyundai trucks use it to move exports to the world. Uruguay has a big pulp industry which uses around 2,000 trucks. These are about 10 Hyundai trucks, which actually, because costs have been reducing between the planning and the reaching of financial decision, they were able to actually invest in more trucks because they are now cheaper. And really this is a test to say, well, this is sort of a phase one of trying to increase hydrogen mobility, and really the potential is about 2,000 trucks. So it's quite a complex instrument, and it's a special purpose vehicle. Financially, it has tax equity. There's a lot of interesting aspects that we can share, and I think they are a great example of how Korea and Uruguay and our Korean companies can work to sort of move a bit in terms of sophistication of some of these big ideas. Uruguay is also trying to attract quite a lot of hydrogen, so particularly the LATU, for example, we are working on how to certify that green hydrogen, which is an important part of the picture. All of that will be exported or imported, we need to know where it comes from, and that requires, following certain norms and traceability of things. So there also the laboratory is working on. So these are just a few examples. I know we're short on time, but given that Hyundai was a big part of that one, I thought it was worth mentioning.
Thank you so much, and we plan to be partners in that innovation and that bridging with Korea in the next couple of days with the many meetings we will hold. Mr. Kim, back to you. How can large corporations like Hyundai contribute to building sustainable mobility ecosystems? We were talking about mobility before in our region, which we need much more of that. Integrating local suppliers, the renewable energies, which Lucila was referring to, regional value chains, and while attracting investment from Korea in particular. How do you see that dimension?
Thank you. And first of all, Lucila, will try to work together so that we can get more than 8 trucks of Hyundai Exian trucks in your fleet, because I know for Uruguay, that's a very important project. And I wanted to talk about hydrogen. I know Francisco also talked about hydrogen as well. In my earlier response, I failed to mention hydrogen, I think. But hydrogen is something that the Hyundai Motor Group has been consistently investing in, even despite the electric chasm, even when other companies decided to go back, perhaps not to internal combustion altogether, but they decided to, for instance, go back to hybrid models, because their sales for electric EVs were going down. Even despite all those challenges, Hyundai Motor Group decided that our ultimate goal in terms of energy sources that will drive not only our passenger and commercial cars, but also, as I mentioned earlier, our flying taxis, our robotics, our factories, etc., will be hydrogen, green hydrogen. And so we have not stopped investing in that. And I think that was one of the reasons why, and I see Marcia here, the ambassador from Brazil, who's a dear friend of mine, and 2 years ago, about a year ago, when I was visiting Brazil, we had a chance to stop by in São Paulo, and we visited the University of São Paulo, where our chairman looked at one of their R&D centers. It wasn't that big within the University of São Paulo, but it was doing hydrogen research using ethanol to produce hydrogen using ethanol, which I believe at the time, and probably still remains the first in the world, because it is something very unique. And so we as a company were able to try to help promote that, and we donated a bit of equipment to that so that we could promote within Brazil their ethanol hydrogen research. That was just a very small part of what we do as a group in Latin America and the Caribbean, and what we envision going forward with not only Uruguay and Mexico, but also other partners in the region as well. And so that kind of R&D will be happening, and we are one of 2 companies in the world that actually has a commercialized hydrogen vehicle, and ours is called Nexo, which is already in sale. This is the 2nd generation of Nexo that we have produced, and we've also donated one to the University of São Paulo so that they can use that to research their ethanol turned into hydrogen energy sources. I would also like to just mention, you mentioned transportation logistics, using hydrogen technology to decarbonize ports. I think Francisco or someone mentioned the many important ports that are used as logistics and transportation coming in and out of South America, Latin America, and the Caribbean. One arm, the hydrogen commercializations division within Hyundai Motor Group is very much keen on working with a lot of different ports around the world to decarbonize it, because as you know, the ports are the source of a large amount of carbonization. So that is one thing. And finally, because of the time, public-private partnership is something that the President spoke about, and I can only wholeheartedly agree to that, because In order for hydrogen technology, for AI, whatever it is, the next generation of innovative technologies, in order for that to scale up and for private companies, for us to keep on investing tremendous amount of money in it, is for the government to come up with sandbox regulations or other types of regulations that allow us to do that in a very at first in a controlled way, but also allows us to sort of unleash our finances and to keep on investing in that. Because without that, it is very difficult for us to scale up. And so the public-private partnership, if I do get a chance later on, but that is something that our group as a whole is tremendously invested in. And it is about public diplomacy in a way, it's about like cultural diplomacy in another way, but everything nowadays is about, I don't want to use industrial policy, but it's really about the close cooperation between governments, the private sector, and going beyond is academia and other private partners and agencies.
Thank you so much. You mentioned essential elements of the IDB agenda with Korea, so super important. Mr. Cho, back to you, and as we wrap up, I'd like for you to go a little more in particular. How do you see the opportunities with our region in areas like clean energy, green manufacturing, technological transfer? You talked about the global landscape. Now, double click on our region.
Yes, among the advanced economies, Korea is one of the countries that is having difficulties and to tackle the net zero 2050. Because when you think about the structure of energy mix of Korea, it is very difficult. I have to admit that. And also, in case of Korea and business or Korean industry, there are many global companies like Hyundai Motors or Samsung or LG POSCO. They are required to, keep the renewable energy 100% voluntarily. But it is said they say voluntarily, but it is very big requirement, I think. So I think the importance is getting bigger and bigger, and I think that Korea and Korean business should find the opportunity to collaborate for the renewable energy or green growth with LAC countries, because we can utilize ITMO, international transport mitigation outcomes. The LAC countries have very abundant natural resources, and they have full the willingness and to collaborate with other external countries to build their own smart grid and renewable energy. And Korea also has strength in ESS, which is very essential to renewable energy generating. And also Korea has much knowledge and experience in smart grid, optimizing smart grid, and also the EV. I don't have to elaborate more. And here we have some Korean friends and colleagues in this room, and I think I'd like to recommend you that you need to find more ways and opportunities to cooperate with Latin American countries, because ITMO that I mentioned, and also there is a RED Plus, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And, that is very huge obstacle, huge challenge for the LAC countries, and we can cooperate to reach the goal with them. And finally, I'd like to mention that I'd like to introduce the result of survey done by the KIEP, Korea International Economic Policy, Korean Institute for Economic Policy, that they asked the Korean companies and Korean agencies, researchers, that what they need from the LAC countries for the renewable energy development. There are not much information about the survey, but one thing that I like to mention is they lack of information. So I think that there is room for the IDB and the embassies in Seoul can do, because they have some interest and they are finding the opportunity, but they are lack of much of the information in the LAC countries. So I think there is the good points of that I'd like to recommend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cho. So, in wrapping up, many important elements were mentioned in this panel. As we celebrate the 20 years and look ahead for the next 20 years, some of the elements that were mentioned, the importance of public-private partnerships, the people-to-people exchanges, the information flows and asymmetries that we can overcome through events of this kind, the need to improve our infrastructure to lower trade costs, which is an opportunity for Korean companies, the need to innovate and increase productivity in order to grow, another opportunity for more collaboration between our regions. Public and commercial diplomacy was mentioned, and all of these are public goods which foster ultimately growth, economic growth, led by the private sector. We have here colleagues that run the private sector of the IDB that will be coming, so everyone will stay. For James Scriving, my friend and colleague who runs the private sector group of the IDB, so that's the importance we assign. We have Matthias Vendersky, who runs the global partnerships, and a long-time friend of Korea that will also join in the conversations. So this is a type of importance that we assign to Korea, a very trusted partnership for the next 20, I would say 50 years. So thank you very much. Let's offer a round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you very much. We need another big round of applause to our moderator to lead the plenary session smoothly. Thank you. Thank you very much once again. It was quite a meaningful time where government and business leaders come together. A moment that will truly help strengthen real cooperation between Korea and LAC countries. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights and experiences for the development of the economy in each country. Thank you so much once again. Now, without the break, we'll proceed with the next presentation, which is quite special, by Mr. James Scriven, CEO of IDB Invest, on the theme of Originate to Share. This session introduces IDB Invest's new business model that connects the global capital markets with development opportunities to maximize impact. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Scriven to the stage with a big hand.
Hello. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. I wanted to start by thanking the Korean government and all of you for participating. My idea is to share a few thoughts related to the relationship that Korea has with Latin America and the Caribbean, and in particular, IDB Invest. That's okay. No, it's going to fall. Thank you. So first, as many speakers spoke this morning, but in particular our president, he referred to Korea as an inspiration for Latin America and the Caribbean. In the last 50 years, Korea has gone from a primarily large agrarian and aid dependent country into one of the most sophisticated and vibrant countries of the world. So with that, there's a lot to be learned. It's done by strategy, investment, and a strategic thinking. So the first concept that I'd like to leave with all of you is that that Korea is a big inspiration for Latin America and the Caribbean. Second, a bit about Latin America and the Caribbean. A stable economy, but more importantly, what you have with us is what we call the 4 superpowers of Latin America and the Caribbean. One, it's a food basket of the world. It can feed over 1.6 billion people in the world. Second, it houses most of the critical minerals that are required for the energy transition. Third, it does have some of the most important natural resources to create energy, renewable energy in particular. Last but not least, we have the Amazon, the lung of the world. So these are very critical stages that are important in Latin America that require significant investment in areas where Korea has a lot of expertise. And I'm going to refer to infrastructure and digital infrastructure as the leading force around this. For us, Korea has a very special place in our heart. Our president this morning referred to the 20 years relationship between Korea and the IDB. But 10 years ago in Busan, the annual meeting that was held in Busan created IDB Invest, the institution I run, that is the private sector arm of the IDB Group. So this is a significant, important moment for us because today we're over here in our 10-year anniversary of the creation of IDB Invest. What we are, this is a group consistent of 3 institutions, what is traditionally called IDB, that is the government relationship and investment arm of the IDB Group. IDB Lab, that is a center of innovation. It's a fund to invest in technology to solve development challenges. And last but not least, IDB Invest. It's the arm that invests, a bank that invests for development in our continent through the private sector. I'm going to double click on the concept of IDB Invest. So if you're here, maybe you don't see because of the chairs, but I'll read it for you. The first point is that we invest in private sector-led initiatives. Second, we are experts in industries and expert in structuring solutions for development. Third, we not only invest our own money, but we crowd in investments from third parties. Fourth, we're part of the IDB Group. IDB brings together more than 60 years in relationship and understanding of 26 countries. So when you think about development that has a private sector angle and a public sector angle, you need to think about us. Last but not least, we're in the business of creating new industries and not only looking at the traditional industries. What have we done since our creation in Busan? We channeled nearly $63 billion into our region in more than 500 projects. We mobilize third-party investments. We started the first year mobilizing south of $800 million. Now we're mobilizing per year $5 billion into our region. What does this mean for Korea? We have co-invested and invested about $240 million of investments of Korean companies into our continent, and also more than close to $300 million of investments of Korean investors into IDB bonds. So we're becoming gradually a channel of investment into our region. 2 examples I want to refer to. One is Cefas. This is a lime production company in Argentina, which we invested. As you know, lime is significant in the renewable energy space and the critical minerals transition. This is a good example of investments that we did. This is a company that operates in Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay. The other example is a battery production out of Brazil. It's called UCB. This is placed in Manaus in the north of Brazil in the Amazon. It imports lithium and creates batteries and later exports. The last concept, we did create what we call a digital transformation hub. This is a hub that we use to transform the agribusiness sector. As I refer to the agribusiness sector as the largest sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are the breadbasket of the world, and we use, through this, a concept of using technology. And a week ago, this group came over here to Korea to see how to expand our relationship with Korean companies to solve development challenges in the agtech business. I wanted to start by sharing a bit of how we operate. We use this concept that the moderator referred to that's called originate to share. Basically, what we want to do is that if in the multilateral world, we want to be able to create products that help incentivize investments to come into our region. And that's what we call originate to share. We start by originating products. We have more than 300 people on the ground working to develop products, to structure products in our 14 industries. We operate as a group where we have all the professionals that are experts in more than 60 years of operating with governments, and we structure and bring together financial and non-financial solutions to solve the development challenges of our continent. We also use the concept to share. Why? Because we don't only invest our own capital, we crowd in foreign direct investment into our region. The development challenges that our continent has way surpass the savings that our continent has. So what we're looking at is solutions for US-based, Canadian, European, and Asians investments to invest in our continent. And we do it by creating structures that de-risk the opportunities for them to look at and to invest. And that's why we call this concept to share. I just wanted to use this to end up by saying we are the partner of choice. If you're thinking about or have investments into Latin America and the Caribbean, for all the reasons I just referred to, we are the partner of choice. We bring together more than 60 years experience investing together with governments and private sectors to solve these solutions. So with that, thank you very much for listening to me. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. James Scriven, for your special presentation, for giving us a detailed introduction to the program and initiatives led by the IDB. Thank you very much once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the plenary session 2 on the theme of bridging growth, the role of development finance in Korea-LAC. This session will explore how development finance has driven economic and social progress in Latin America and the Caribbean, with insights from Korea-supported trust fund projects and strategies to strengthen future cooperation through innovative financial solutions. So now it is my great honor to invite to the stage our moderator and panelists. To moderate this panel discussion, we are honored to have Mr. Matthias Bendersky, Manager of the Global Partnership Office at the Inter-American Development Bank Group. Thank you very much once again to join us for this session. And we are now pleased to introduce our distinguished panelists for this session, Mr. Owen Hill. Honorable Mr. Owen Hill, the Minister of Industry, Investments and Commerce of Jamaica. Thank you for being with us today. Ms. Dorothea Gajoni, Head of the Territory for South Korea and CEO of BNP Paribas SA Seoul Branch. Thank you very much once again. And now please welcome Ms. Choi Ji-young, Deputy Minister for International Economic Affairs at the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea. Thank you. And last but not least, we would like to invite Mr. Lee Hyun-woo, Vice President and Head of AIDC Development Office at SK Telecom. Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today for this session. And the moderator, Mr. Matthias Bendersky, the floor is yours. Would you please begin this plenary session?
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's a pleasure to be here. One more time, I think I count more than 20 visits to this beautiful country. I want to thank everybody, including our dedicated IDB staff, for organizing this wonderful event. The 7th edition, I had the pleasure to be here in the first one, so this is my 7th. And I'm very happy to be here with this distinguished panel. And let me explain a bit the dynamic of the session. First of all, I think our MC spoke a bit about this plenary session, and what we're trying to get from our panelists here is to talk a bit about development finance and how this has shaped economic and social progress in Latin America and the Caribbean, with a particular focus on projects supported by Korean trust funds. There are several Korea's trust funds in the bank. I am the manager of global partnerships, so one of my duties is to bring closer Korea with Latin America and the Caribbean through the use of this, the good use, I hope, of these trust funds. Our panelists will assess key achievements, share lessons learned, and examine a bit the broader implications of these initiatives. And the discussions will highlight also new strategies to deepen, in the future, even more. As Fabricio said, hopefully for the next 50 years, our cooperation. I'm going to start with a question. I'm going to ask our distinguished panelists to keep it 3-4 minutes so we can get to the most questions possible. I don't think we're going to get more than 3, but you never know. And I wanted to start with you, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce of Jamaica, Aubin Hill. I wanted to start from the last to the first. I think we discussed a bit before coming to the panel, but I think the third question was the one that will probably spark the rest in their answers. And you are going to talk in English, and the rest of the panelists will choose the language. There is a translation in front of you, so please use it when needed. Looking ahead, Minister, where do you see the greatest opportunities for Korea-Caribbean cooperation, whether in trade, digital transformation, sustainable industries, and what kinds of financial instruments or partnerships would be most effective in turning those opportunities into long-term growth?
Mr. Songde Chu said very clearly that if we're going to look at working between Korea and the Caribbean and Latin America, we have to look at public-private partnerships. It so happens that in one of my former lives, I joined 2 government investment banks in Jamaica that now it does exactly that. We have to look at that kind of partnership, especially for the things that we're looking at. We're looking at, in the Caribbean, certainly in Jamaica, we have just passed a law to say, you bring in $1 billion, you come under our long-term projects and pioneering industries act, and you get all kinds of benefits. And I tell you how it works. You don't have to know the Prime Minister, you don't have to know me or the Finance Minister. We post it on the website of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, and you can go there, see what you get for if you bring in $1 billion. And that's now outside of the special economic zone that we have, that we're building a logistics hub for the Caribbean. For instance, Guyana has 11 billion barrels of oil. Suriname has 1 billion barrels announced. Their ports are absolutely filled with silt because of the powerful rivers, Demerara, Berbice, and others, Paramaribo in Suriname. Kingston has one of the 7 best ports in the world. We're offering 750 acres of land for a developer, a master developer, to come in and put in logistics, special economic zones for operators. The master developer will get 50 years lease from the government, renewable at the lessee's option, and all the rent that the master developer earns will be tax-free for up to 50 years, and any other investment, say after year 4, you have other money you invest elsewhere, you get charged half of the corporate tax in Jamaica, which is you'll get charged 12.5%. The corporate tax is 25%. So we have those kinds of efforts that must be government joined with an investor house like Kuwait, sorry, I lived in Kuwait, a Korea Investment Bank, and we would love to see Korea Exim Bank coming in and investors for those kinds of projects. And one of the things that we offer you, which is very important in the region in which I live, Latin American Caribbean region, is that we offer you a free floating currency. What does that mean? It means that you do not have to get permission from the Bank of Jamaica. You don't even have to know your bank manager. You bring in clean money, you take out clean money. And if the money is not clean, we have powerful friends will tell us. So we know that there is a chance when you look at investing, how do you get out your money? Most important to an investor is how you get out your money. No problem in Jamaica. So we'd love to see Korean companies come in. I'll talk more a little bit later on other issues. But the public-private partnership, the training of our people, which we want. I met one of your professors this morning who is in a private business, but we call him Prof, who is looking at digitizing the entire country. We want to be like Estonia and Latvia in a very short time. We don't have time. Public-private partnerships. I'll come back later on.
Excellent, Minister, and public-private partnerships. We'll get back, as you said, in the second question. Let me ask now Deputy Minister for International Economic Affairs, Ministry of Economy and Finance, Mr. Choi Ji-young. Can you tell us a bit about, and I understand you will speak in Korean, or not, if you change your mind, Korea's development experience and philosophy, right? As the official in charge of Korea's international economic policy, what is this core philosophy behind Korea's development finance for the Latin America and Caribbean region? Specifically, how does Korea's own unique development experience informs its partnerships approach through instruments like the IDB?
Thank you. First of all, 20 years ago, Korea joined the IDB, and it's really meaningful for me to see that this sort of event is being held in Korea. So as the venue is located in Korea, the interpretation is provided. So I'm really happy to deliver my message in Korean personally. So everybody is fluent in English, but for me, I would like to speak in Korean so that my clear message could be delivered to all of you. So as you told us, Korea has philosophy and experiences regarding the development finance. Would you please turn on the microphone? Korea is quite unique in its own experiences because it had gone through the colonial rule. So it suffered from the colonial rule, and it also suffered from war. From the ashes of war, through the donations and assistance from other countries, it could become a donating country, and it's the only case of turning itself from recipient country to donating country. So if you are studying development finance, Korea's existing data would be very unique. So in this regard, other than other advanced countries' experiences, Korea can share its own experiences and histories to other countries. This is the very unique feature of Korea's cooperation. And in terms of its cooperation and collaboration with LAC countries, joining of IDB served as a big milestone for Korea. By the 90s, when Korea wanted to invite some trainees or dispatch some experts to the region, the scale was quite limited. However, thanks to the joining to the IDB in 2005, Korea could enter to the new chapter of development cooperation. IDB is the world's largest regional development bank. So it has a expertise in terms of development of the Latin American countries. So by utilizing IDB, Korea could establish a sustainable system for cooperation. And regarding this, Korea is very much interested in the potential of the region because of its rich natural resources, and the demographic structure itself of the region is quite young and dynamic, and it has a big potential of growth in the future. And there are a lot of countries in the region who signed on the FTA with Korea. So we have a sound infrastructure in terms of the future cooperation. So in cooperating with Latin American countries and IDB, it's not a one-way cooperation that we support ODA, because this partnership is mutually beneficial and reciprocal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'll come back to you with a little bit of your thoughts on the future. You talked a bit about the past and what the IDB brought to Korea, and how we bridged, or we're trying to bridge the Korea, Latin American, Caribbean relationships. Let me go to Hyun Woo Lee, Steve, Vice President, Head of AI Promotion, SK Telecom. Thank you very much for joining the panel. One of the two private sector representatives we have. Let me talk a bit about the AI now. We heard the President, we heard the Deputy Prime Minister talk about AI and how AI will play a big role in Korea's economy in the future, and talk a bit about your experience. So you oversee the AI business for Korea's leading telecommunications company. And from the perspective of this large telecommunication corporation, how do you see AI technology making a tangible contribution to improving industrial productivity or solving public service challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean countries? Thank you.
So yes, I hope you can hear me well. Thank you so much for your question. And so AI having an impact on the industry and also how it can contribute to the LAC region. So first of all, I would like to talk about the impact of AI and what we've learned and what we've experienced. I would like to share all of that. And so Korea, for instance, is a country that has grown from its manufacturing industry. And as you know, it was well known for its good quality but low price products. And that is how we have been growing for the past 20 to 30 years. And now, but the current situation is that now the labor cost and the production cost is all going up, and the number of workable laborers, it's reducing, and that is why there's also competition, manufacturing competition that is becoming even more fierce from our neighboring countries. So now it is difficult to maintain our level of competitiveness. And now that is why we're trying to find the answer from the AI technologies. And so we have applied the AI technologies to our internal services and to our chemical refinery plants, semiconductor plants, to our telecommunication networks. We are applying the AI technologies to see, and we are experiencing the potentials of the AI technologies. And a lot can be automated at fast speed, and we can also replace a lot of labor, human labor. However, the issue right now is that, of course, we can get good outcomes, but maintaining and managing those outcomes, it's quite burdensome, because whether creating services or providing services to other companies, when we do all of that, compared to the benefits, still the costs are higher. That's what we feel from the industry. And that is why we are focusing on reducing the level of cost. And so this AI cost is about power, and it's about maintaining the data center, and it's about the GPU cost and enhancing the performance of the GPU. And on top of that, we also have our own proprietary models to be developed. So we think it's important to have our own models because, as you all know, the American big techs services, AI services that we use, I mean, the cost can be so high for us to use. And that is why, in order to control these aspects, we need to have the infrastructure in place, we need to have models and services, and these have to be sovereign. We believe it's important to have these sovereign services, and that is why the Korean government should make efforts so that the private sector can work with the government to have our own models, and we believe we will see the outcomes within about 5 years. And also in Korea, we also have this huge task, which is defense, and that is why we cannot depend only on foreign AI technologies because of the defense aspects. So a lot has to be homegrown, which means that we need to have a full stack AI package that is developed by our country. And so in summary, of course, AI can reduce any costs that are accompanied within the industry, but then what impact it would have or what kind of collaboration it could bring about to the LAC region, well, I think, as I said, we're trying to reduce the cost. And so after 3 to 5 years, or if soon after 1 year, when the cost of using AI has been substantially lowered, then I think we can, let's say, help social services in the Latin American region to be automated, to have AI technologies. And I believe the region also has a lot of national projects. And so we will provide our services and technologies so that the government services can be automated through AI. So I think we can share a lot of those knowledge. And right now we are working hard to create that kind of a level. And most of the companies are making efforts to reduce the cost of AI. And I believe that there will be a momentum to come for us to cooperate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I also see there big connection between public and private sector, especially now in the beginning, right? On the trying to reduce the cost of AI and prioritizing AI over other industries. Let me go now to Dorothy Regazzoni. She's the head of territory for South Korea and CEO of NP Paribas here in Seoul. Let me ask you, from your perspective, from leading BNP here in South Korea, how do you see international banks complementing the role of development finance institutions in supporting sustainable growth and resilience in Latin America and the Caribbean? If you can give us your perspective.
Thank you, Matthias, for your question. Annyeonghaseyo. Good morning to all of you. I will stick to English if I may. My Korean is still not good enough to fluently speak. I'm trying hard. I would like to build on a concept that you, Minister Hill, mentioned, and I think it is very important. It's the name of the game. How can an institution like ours, we are present in more than 60 countries, in Korea since more than 50 years, so we have a broad global network. How can we work on these very, very important topics that we as a bank are extremely passionate about? And the concept for me is really partnership. What you said, it's really how do we work together and how does everybody bring the best of their experience, of their knowledge to the table. And in that respect, you know, DFIs, they can bring an early leadership in terms of de-risking, which is very important, and structuring projects. While banks like ours, they have a very broad experience to bring in terms of global markets experience, about how to access different pockets of capital and how to build on those big, broad, global relationships that we have and really connect different stakeholders, both local and international. So it's really a question of partnership and then of complementarity, where we as an institution can help create a pipeline. We can build bridges, and I will come back as well to corporates later on, but also to local government and others to source, to structure, and to distribute any type of solution, in particular also climate resilient solution, socially inclusive projects, renewable energy comes to mind, sustainable infrastructure. You talked about AI, digital connectivity. Those are all really important projects. And then we can use the breadth of our network to also scale and promote the solutions and effectively just make them access a much broader investor base. And last but not least, we bring technical expertise as well. I mean, the teams working on those topics have very, very long-standing experience working with the different institutions around the world, and really with that help to achieve sustainability, resilience, and adaptation objectives. I would like to mention the corporate world as well. I think it's a critical partner in all this, and you know, helps to structure financing solutions and brings the critical offtake agreement, the link between the projects and this anchoring into the real economy, which is extremely important. They bring offtake, as I said, they bring expertise as well, and together with the balance sheet of development banks, for example, you know, there's an angle of distribution with tranches that can be distributed to global capital markets. And last but not least, the whole de-risking aspect that comes with it, and which goes beyond DFIs and is really using the modern markets and the modern market instruments, hedging solutions, the carbon credit market, things like that, and really combining into a highly efficient solution that can help to address the objectives.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you very much. And I'm a witness to BNP's leadership in sustainability. It's a real good partner of IDB in many of our IDB Invest and IDB and Treasury solutions and others. Let me go back to you, Minister Hill. You talked a bit about public-private partnerships, about the new investment law, special economic zones. So let me go a little bit more, a little bit deeper on what I believe is like Jamaica's emphasis on growing exports and enabling local businesses to scale. And how do you think can development finance be better structured to support SMEs and entrepreneurs in Jamaica and across the region, ensuring that they can compete effectively in the global markets?
First of all, I want to say many thanks to the Korean government and, of course, to IDB, two of Jamaica's best partners. In fact, Korea and Jamaica established diplomatic relations 2 months after we became independent in 1962, and we've been extremely good and respectful and beneficial partners to us. In fact, I'm here to look at signing another agreement with the Korean government. BNP is one of my favorite banks. They make a lot of money, but they also sponsor the sport that I love, tennis across the world. And IDB has been, when we were difficult, when we were seen as not the poster child, but the basket case in the Caribbean. IDB 10, 15 years ago was there with us. We have now moved where we're the poster child. And I'm glad for your question about SMEs and how do we expect to grow that part of our economy to export. Because in doing that, I want to tell investors here, one of the other reasons you should look at Jamaica. We know how to turn around and run an economy. From where we were at 147% debt to GDP in 15 years ago, we are now, not even 15, 12 years ago, we are now 62% and heading fast to below 60%. If you had asked me when I joined government in 2016 what our unemployment rate would be, it was then 14%. I'd whisper through the left side of my mouth, that might be 7% and change the subject very quickly. Well, it's now 3.3%, the lowest unemployment rate we've ever had. And in 5 years, between 20 and 20 now, in fact, between 2016 and 2020, we changed our net international reserves by 29%. Well, in the last 5 years, we raised that net international reserve from 3.1 billion to 6.2 billion, which is, nobody asks again how many months of money we have to import stuff. We've passed that. So Jamaica has a government, and we just won another 5-year term on the 3rd of September. So we're in there for the long run. This would make 15 years we're in. We have a government that understands how to run an economy. And believe me, that's vitally important when you're going to invest. MSMEs, we need to see more capital coming in. Capital in terms of equity. Capital in terms of technical assistance, not just money, but technical assistance to help us that run these organizations from banks. And I've been a banker for a very long time. 21 years of those were spent in the Arab Gulf. So I see how companies grow. So we need that kind of technical assistance. We need to also help find markets, which is why I spend so much time on the export issue. Because we are looking to export goods and services. Services, why? If you take out, again, remember, I lived in the Middle East for a long time, take out non-oil producing countries like Qatar. And some of the richest countries in the world and the ones growing fastest are small countries that do services. Cayman, for instance, not a country, independent, but if it were, it would have a net per capita GDP of 125,000 US, which would be one of the highest in the top 5 in the world. You look at Turks and Caicos. We need to train our Jamaicans, many of whom work in Turks and Caicos and Cayman, and I am providing through legislation the ecosystem, the legal ecosystem to bring them back home so we sell important services. MSMEs need to make sure we get more capital equity in, but longer term loans that will give them time to grow. That doesn't mean you do not do the risk assessment. You do your risk assessment, but understand that MSMEs are a little bit different and you have to work with local banks to make sure it works well. So we see MSME as a great place to grow. We see services, training our people in STEM especially. Yes, they want to be doctors and lawyers. Boy, we got that from the Brits. We thank them, but we now need to be engineers. So we're looking to Korea to help us make sure we train engineers to take our country where we need to go. And MSMEs along the way to export goods and services, agro-services, agro-products, and all those things that will keep ordinary Jamaicans building better and richer lives. Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you, Minister. Very clear. We share the love for tennis. Although in my case, second to soccer. And impressive macro indicators in Jamaica, and I hope it's in Korea's development path.
That's right. I saw what Korea did when they looked at Jamaica and India in the 60s, and they just decided, hey, we're not going to stay there, they're gone. So we're quite willing to follow you. You set a great example.
Excellent. And taking that direct reference to Deputy Minister for International Economic Affairs, from the Ministry of Finance, let me go back to you quickly and talk a bit about the future. As we reflect on the 20-year anniversary and the cooperation between Korea and IDB, how do you envision Korea's role evolving in the next 10, 20 years or more? What new priority areas do you foresee for Korea's development cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean?
Thank you for your question. So for us, our future path to go with IDB and Latin America, your question is about prioritization, right? In the morning today, during the opening speech, our Prime Minister said we will focus on supply chain, energy, and AI. They will be the three pillars of strategic partnership with Latin American countries. Let me talk about AI first. As you know, Korea is a powerhouse in ICT as well as digitalization. In particular, regarding the potential growth rate of Korea, which is dwindling recently, Korea will focus more on AI to respond to the current situation. So with the appointment of the new government, they announced AI development as one of the most important policy agenda, and Korea has a advantage in data collection in the manufacturing sector. We will utilize the data, and regarding taxation and other public administration services, we will apply AI. This is the reason that AI will play a pivotal role in future development. And as SK pointed out, manufacturing sector of Korea is trying to be applied with AI, and a lot of private and public sector partnerships and cooperations are underway. But we have to know that it will take quite a long time. But we will exert our utmost efforts so that we can realize the AI application to the public service sector within 3 to 5 years. So with today's business summit, my ministry and the IDB agreed on Korea IDB Business Service Package. And according to the agreement, ADB office will be established in Korea. So they will open the office in Korea. So the IDB liaison office will be established, and they will play a pivotal role in AI cooperation in Latin American countries. And secondly, Latin American countries has more than 50% of the lithium and more than 30% of copper resources in their continent. So these are core mineral resources. So given the fact the abundant natural resources of Latin American countries will serve as an important opportunity for Korea to manufacture batteries and other type of products. There are a lot of changes and challenges in global value chain as of now, but in order to respond to the challenges that we are faced with, the natural resources in Latin America can help us a lot. And let's touch on the energy sector briefly. Solar power and photovoltaic power, green hydrogen, and other type of renewable energies are very promising for Koreans too. And this is the reason that the Korean government is trying to foster the industry. And Latin American countries have a good condition for generating renewable energy and clean energy power. So Korean companies can invest capitals, and then there will be more cooperation with IDB in energy sector, especially for clean energy sector. Over the last 20 to 30 years, we have been doing our cooperation, but in accordance with the changes in the global economy, we will evolve our cooperation with IDB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing AI, energy, critical minerals all together in the conversation. What you said about IDB enhancing the cooperation here with Korea, or trying to build even a stronger bridge with Latin America and the Caribbean with this hub that we're thinking about establishing here in Korea, that will probably facilitate this role of trying to get the two regions closer together. And these topics, we definitely agree that will be the future. Let me go to Steve again in SK Telecom. So talking a bit about partnerships and the role of finance, looking a bit into the future, what sectors are most attractive for a large Korean tech company like SK Telecom when you consider a market entry or partnerships in the Latin American and Caribbean region? For example, in the areas of smart cities, digital healthcare, or fintech. And what catalytic role can development finance play in the risk in these initial steps of investment?
So regarding AI, when we look into the future, I would like to talk about what things we need to focus on. Until now, we have been using AI that have went through training. And if there's more text-based information, the AI becomes smarter. And so first, we use OpenAI or Google's AI that is text-based trained, and they show high performance. But then times are changing. We are moving towards automation and manufactured automation. So we are moving towards that direction. And so if AI is to be applied in plant automation, they will not be smarter because of more text. There should be more plants, there should be more factories for the AIs to become smarter, because now AI has its own vision, its own camera. It will go into the factories and check the physical situations. It will go through errors and trials. It will have to enhance its accuracy level. And so now, as we're moving into the AI in manufacturing, when we look at which country will be more beneficial, those countries that has more plants and factories, they will be more of the beneficiaries. And in Korea, we have a lot of latest technology-based plants like Samsung electronics lines, or SK Hynix has semiconductor or chemical-based plants and factories, and logistics or pharmaceutical lines and production factories. We have a lot of those advanced factories in Korea. And so for those factories and plants, we will focus our AI capabilities so that we can enhance the level of automation much higher than now. And also regarding that effort, the government has also talked about 100 trillion worth of investment plans. And so what we are seeing right now is there will be AI-based automated plants and factories that are cheap to run. And so these will be embedded into our industrial base. And so there will be countries that want to have that kind of system, and they will be our potential partners. And also countries in the Caribbean and LAC, they have a lot of logistics systems and industries. And some countries, they have, for instance, agriculture-based industries or manufacturing base. And so with the data that we have and trained and with additional local training data, we could support the manufacturing base and competitiveness of those countries.
거기에 있어서 금융의 역할은 이게
And of course, we need a lot of investment to do so. We need the data centers and GPUs, and so a lot of investment is required.
감당하기가 어려울 거라고 판단됩니다. 한국도 마찬가지고.
And it won't be easy for the private sector to take all that burden, and that is why, in terms of installing that AI infrastructure, we need to have low-cost finance. And in that regard, IDB or intergovernmental cooperation would be critical so that we can get a lot of finance and do a lot of chemical cooperation going on, and we will see more opportunities. Thank you.
So, I think you gave me sort of the leeway to go to a financier, because you talked about finance and you talk about having cheap finance. I don't know if BNP is cheap finance. I don't know the IDB is cheap finance either, but certainly there are opportunities to bring innovative financial instruments into the mix. Blended finance, Korea, certainly a big partner for IDB. There are other non-borrowing members that have provided solutions with us for blended finance, which is adding a component of grants to our regular lending, so it becomes cheaper. Normally, when we achieve when the initiative achieves certain KPIs. Blended finance, green bonds, digital finance solutions. If you can talk a bit about this, Dorothy, how do you see it, playing a role in this deepening Korea-LAC economic cooperation?
Yes, thank you for your question. And I'm not sure, the concept of cheap financing is the right one, because in the end, the pricing is a market pricing. So it's not necessarily in our hands. But yes, these type of blended financing, innovative financing solutions, they play a critical role. They will continue to play a very critical role. And Korea is extremely well positioned and has been very, very innovative around that topic. And so have countries in LAC. It's really a hub for innovation to put in place these type of solutions. It will continue to be critical. If I'm listening to the projects that we're talking about here, having access to finance will be essential. And we can continue to develop ideas and continue to embrace a solution in the private-public sector. And looking at things like debt for nature, outcome bonds, sustainability-linked sovereign bonds that have all been originated in LAC. Maybe just to use an example to make it more concrete, let's talk a little bit about marine ecosystems, who are essential, and the blue economy is a base for many of our countries, and it's an area where both LAC and Korea have been very actively engaged. We call it the blue economy, blue bonds, And just to mention a few things that as BNP Paribas we have done, that gives you an idea of the space. We have structured and we have led, for example, KEXIM's inaugural 1 billion blue bond in 2023. We have structured CAF's inaugural 100 million euro blue bond, CABE's 30 million lake restoration blue bond, so different topics that are coming up. Banco del Estado de Chile's inaugural 100 million blue bond in 2025. So a new type of opportunities to finance, and also a new investment opportunities for the market. Banks like ours, they bring an additional layer of transparency, accountability. We are very, very thorough in our analysis of the projects we support, and I think that's seen in a very, very positive way by market participants, because we add a sort of a quality stamp to the structure of the financing. So we will continue to work on topics like climate adaptation, biodiversity, blue opportunities, and also tapping new sectors of the market that today haven't necessarily been as focused and as interested in the topics, and that's where we can bring our vast network. And I'm thinking about pension funds, about sovereign wealth funds, and other long-term investors that are looking at stable returns and an alignment on values and future returns. And another area, maybe to close on that, would be, for example, working with insurance companies and helping them to de-risk their portfolios. And here we can think about parametric or catastrophe-linked covers, de-risking transactions, or allowing them to build more leverage around the solutions they're working on.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. We have a few minutes, very short, final thoughts, if you want, Minister.
Quick one. We couldn't leave here, and Jamaica being so proximal to the biggest market in the world, and not mention tariffs, and maybe even H1 visas. I know you have a very important visitor coming here shortly, but Jamaica has been a very good friend of the United States, clearly, or geographic position suggests that would be just almost automatic. But having seen the tariff situation roll out, we are at the bottom of that rung. We're at 10%, which means that any of our products that we sell, almost nobody else is as close to the United States as we are. It's 1 hour away, and we have extremely good connections, travel connections, and shipping connections with the United States, but we want better ones, which is why I've been talking about this logistics hub, which is the right place if you, for whatever reasons, you might want a location very close to the United States. Jamaica is ideal. We speak English, or our courts go up to the Privy Council in England. Still, you heard of our currency. It's free floating, it's stable. We have a young workforce, and we want to make sure that we don't just grow incrementally, but leapfrog to a place where we're a much better and richer country. Korea did it, and we've now fixed our macroeconomic arrangements to get there. And we know Melissa is threatening as a hurricane, but we've managed through a pandemic. We managed through a hurricane last year. We have a good idea of how to run a country, and yes, we will need help, which is why we're talking here, but we have a very good proposition for those who want a really good reason to operate their businesses from a country that has a 10% tariff arrangement with the United States.
Thank you very much, Minister. And if there is anybody that is dying to say some final words, I'm happy to pass on the microphone. If not, let me do a very quick wrap-up. Should I do it? Okay. So we talked a bit about Korea's path to development. We talked about PPPs as key for enabling investment. We have talked about sectors of cooperation, notably AI, energy, critical minerals. We talked a bit about the incentive regimes for investment. And ultimately, we spoke about IDB continuing to be the bridge in the next 50 years. Lastly, you talked about tariffs. I would not dare to do so. Jamaica is a close friend to the US. Korea is also a good friend to the US. But perhaps if we take this Korea-LAC to another big friend of the US these days, my home country, Argentina, next year. This is not defined yet. That's not defined yet. I think it's up to the higher management of IDB and the higher management of the MOF to decide. But for now, I want to close thanking our panelists here, and we continue with the event. Thanks a lot.
Very nice to sit with you.
Thank you very much once again for the active discussions, and I would like to special thanks to the moderator as well to lead this session smoothly. Thank you very much once again. We'd like to invite yourselves back. Thank you. Yes, thank you once again to all our speakers for sharing their insight in this session. We'll look forward to continue the collaboration that drives shared growth between Korea and the Latin countries, LAC countries. Thank you very much once again. Before we conclude this morning session, we are so pleased to welcome another special presentation highlighting new regional initiatives led by the Inter-American Development Bank Group. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to invite to the podium Mr. Andres Suarez, Chief of Office of the Presidency at the Inter-American Development Bank. Mr. Andres Suarez will share insight under the theme of reimagining regional cooperation in LAC, opportunities for Korea to connect, collaborate, and drive a change. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good, I think, afternoon to you all. I'm gonna try to go a little bit to the side because this light is very much in my eyes here, but I will make a presentation about the main regional programs that we have at IDB. In the last couple of years, I think here and trying to tap into what we discussed before, we're trying to present what are the opportunities that we see between Korea and Latin America, and Matthias was leading a panel that mentioned some of them. And there are different approaches that we can work with the region. Some of them bilaterally with the countries that you see here, but others that IDB also offer is to work with the countries in a regional way. And I'm going to present the main regional programs that IDB has created in the last couple of years. IDB's mandate is to work with all the region, bilaterally with countries, but also with the integration between different countries. And in the last years, we tried to have a renewed approach on creating flexible and pragmatic, impact-oriented programs where we try to bring innovative finance and leverage the partnership with private sector and with the public sector. These are the four main projects that we have created in the last years. You can see through the different colors. The first one that I'm going to talk about is Amazonia Forever, or Amazonia para Sempre, which connects all the Amazonian countries that are members of the IDB. The second one is One Caribbean, working with the Caribbean countries. The third one, American Centro, working with Central America. And the fourth, South Connection, working with the main countries in the South Cone of Latin America. The first one on Amazonia Forever, and this is what I think it's important to present. All of these programs, we have worked with the finance ministers and other sectoral ministers from the region to try to get a sense from them of what were the main demands that they had for regional projects, for projects that would go beyond their borders. In terms of the Amazon, what we heard from the ministers is that they had a deep demand for combating deforestation, for promoting bioeconomy, for improving the lives of people. Korea, for example, it's a country of 50 million people. Just the Amazon in South America, we have 41, 42 million people. So you do have a lot of people, you do have lots of cities in the Amazon, so that's why we're talking about sustainable infrastructure of cities and connectivity, and sustainable and low carbon agriculture and livestock and forestry. So IDB has elected these 5 pillars as the main pillars that we will be working with the public sector and with the private sector to promote projects that are regional to all of these Amazonian countries. The example that I have here is an interesting one on the Amazonia Clean Energy Accelerator. There is a deep need in the Amazon to generate energy for these 41 million people that live in the area, and IDB has been working and has set aside $200 million to work with the private sector and work with the public sector to bring investments, especially for the areas of green hydrogen throughout Amazonian countries, areas of AI-related microgrids. You have a lot of need for microgrids in the areas of the Amazon that are isolated from the big cities. And we're also working with Brazil, for example, on satellites, where you can bring and you can tap and see what are the areas where you have deforestation and what are the areas where it makes more sense to make these investments. So we believe that this is a very clear example that we could bring Korean companies and we can bring other companies to participate in the projects of IDB. The second program that we have is One Caribbean. This is our program for the group of Caribbean countries that are members of IDB. And the ministers from the region working with us have elected climate resilience, citizen security, private sector engagement, and food security as the 4 main pillars that IDB should concentrate our projects into regional projects that we have. Climate resilience, very important. You're listening from the Minister of Jamaica that was just here. We have Hurricane Melissa going to Jamaica, and we're working with them on how to build adaptation and projects that are important for climate resilience in the country. Citizen security as well, private sector engagement, how to diversify the economies of these countries that are somehow very reliable into, or rely a lot into tourism. And food security, which is a very important topic for them, given the lack of space to produce the food that they need. And this will be the 4 areas that will be concentrating our projects. An example that we have here is IDB has created and set aside with the UK and other partners a fund to help prepare projects for the Caribbean. So we have, I think, around $25 million that we can work with the companies and work with the countries to build up projects that will later receive financing either from IDB or from IDB Invest or from IDB Lab that are part of our group. So here I think it's important even to present this to the Korean-related institutions that could help fund us or fund this kind of project, and also for companies that can present the projects that they have for IDB. We have an example there that is behind the chairs, hidden here, that we're working with Jamaica to create an economic port zone that will help integrate with the rest of the Caribbean and the rest of the region. The third program that we have is American Centro, our program for Central America, where the pillars that we identified with the ministers are productivity and economic integration, climate adaptation and resilience, and social development of the youth. These are the 3 main areas that we set aside for working with Caribbean countries, and it's obviously the topic of resilience and adaptation also very important for Central American countries, and in economic integration and productivity. We are working with Central American companies in a project to integrate a corridor, a logistic corridor that goes from Panama all the way to Guatemala. This is a project that we have at IDB of $130 million. We're working, if I'm not mistaken, with JICA on this project and some parts of this project as well. And we believe that this is not only for the infrastructure of roads and that would connect this area, but also all the soft infrastructure that we have in terms of trade facilitation and use of AI to help going and bringing more efficiency to the trade routes that we have across Central American countries. We have estimates that this project could generate over $1 billion in annual gains by enhancing trade efficiency and reducing transit costs that you would have throughout Central America. That is a very important and key logistical area of the region that connects the Atlantic to the Pacific. The last program that we have is South Connection, the program that connects all South American countries that are members of IDB. This is an important program because if you get South America, or even if you get Latin America, intertrade in Latin America is very small. It's around 15 to 18% of the total trade. When you go to Asia, for example, that goes to 40, 50% levels. And actually we do have very good soft infrastructure for trade. We have most of trade agreements between South American countries. But what we still don't have is the logistics for goods to go across the countries and for goods to go across oceans. So this is kind of the goal that we have for this program in enhancing physical and digital connectivity, improving the logistics and trade facilitation, and working with the countries to build up the regulatory and institutional strengthening that these projects can move forward. An interesting example that I bring here is one that we're working to expand and connect the Brazilian, Peruvian, and Ecuadorian Amazon to the internet. We're working, we're going to be launching this on COP30. This is an interesting regional program, regional project that will be putting a cable, a fiber optic cable there that will help connect the Amazon of these three countries, making it more digital, and by that creating the opportunities for lots of business to go online and helping digitalize not only the private sector but also public institutions and e-government across these countries. This is another area that we believe it's important and related to the areas that we're working with Korea and with our partners here. So in conclusion, because I think I'm running out of time, on our side, we see IDB working as a connector, connecting governments, private sectors, and partners. We work as a financier and a mobilizer, bringing not only our resources, but third-party resources to the table. We do have the knowledge to work across the region and between countries of the region. And we're trying to provide here, it's a framework to work with you into these 4 regional programs. And what we see in terms of opportunities is bringing strategic partners, not only to the examples that I brought, but to other projects that we're thinking on a regional basis, bringing more co-financing, the knowledge that you can share with us and expertise to make these projects happen, leveraging private sector, and counting with your help so we can strengthen the policy dialogue across the countries and across the sub-regions that we have. So with that, it's just a snapshot of what are our main programs, and we hope we can continue this conversation and see what are more concrete opportunities that we will have to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suarez, for presenting the IDB's forward-looking vision for regional cooperation. Thank you very much once again. Now it is time to a short break to have a lunch. Please proceed to your assigned luncheon area as indicated in your program or by our staff. So we kindly ask all our participants to return promptly to the room by 1:30, so we can continue with the next sessions in the program. Thank you so much for being with us today in the morning. We look forward to meet you in the afternoon session as well. Thank you. 감사합니다. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you did enjoy your lunch to get some fresh air to start another session. So we'll begin the afternoon session, and this session features two distinguished speakers. First of all, we hear from Mr. Thomas Zabriskie, Manager of the Infrastructure and Energy Sector at the Inter-American Development Bank, who will share insight into infrastructure challenges and opportunities in the region and the pivotal role of PPPs in addressing them. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Thomas Zabriskie with a big round of applause to the podium.
Thank you. Shall we start? Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a tough session after lunch, but bear with me. This is going to be a good one. I'm very, very happy to be part of the 7th LAC Korea Forum and celebrating 20 years of partnership together. So I'll make a brief presentation about the role of the mining sector in Latin America and what the IDB Group is doing and plans to do. So I have one main message, or the main messages that I'd like to share with you today is that Latin America and the Caribbean has a very important endowment of mineral resources, and it has a proven track record in extraction of those minerals. For instance, countries like Peru and Chile, the size of the mining sector represents over 10% of the economy and a large share of the fiscal revenues. But the challenge going forward for the mining sector in Latin America is to move along the value chain. Now it is very much concentrated on the upstream, in the extraction segment of the value chain, and we will need, as a region, significant partnerships, and that's the opportunity to work with Korea on moving along that value chain to generate more value added, have more impact in the economic growth, in sustainable economic growth. So let me show a few numbers. What this slide shows is that Latin America is very fortunate. Even from Mexico to Argentina, has a significant endowment, and it has a very large shares of the world reserves of several of minerals like lithium, silver, copper, graphite, iron ore, tin, nickel, so a very wide variety. And very recently it was assessed that Brazil has the second largest reserve of rare earths that are in very, very high demands these days. So, you know, I can leave this, and there's a long list of all the activities from Mexico, silver, then Chile and Peru that are powerhouses of copper production, and more recently, lithium that are concentrated in Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina. So how does this translate into exports and resources? So nearly 30% of the world's critical minerals are sourced today from Latin America. That means that the region exports around $180 billion a year. This number fluctuates because prices fluctuate, quantity, volumes change, and this is expected to increase to around $200 billion very soon. And where does these minerals go? Around 40%, or a little bit over 40%, to China. Other countries, most of them in Asia, and including Korea, that is Korea, India, Japan, and others, by around 30%, 20% go to the United States, and 10% to Europe. So this is what I was referring to. As you all know very well, the supply chain of minerals. So Latin America is quite concentrated on the first part, on the upstream. That is, it carries out significant activities on geoscience and exploration, and then the extraction. But it's virtually absent from the midstream. That is intermediate processing, the refining, the advanced manufacturing, where activities, where Korea is very much active, and also in the downstream through assembly and then user products, and of course, recycling. So the idea, ideally for Latin America, is to move along this value chain. So let me share with you what's the participation in the world, in the main minerals, and assess if they are concentrated or not. And if you see on the left-hand side the top 3 mineral producer countries, we see that there are a variety of colors. That means that they are sourced from different countries, in particular in Latin America listed as top 3, Chile and Peru in a couple of minerals, and Argentina in lithium, soon with all the projects. And then the situation changes dramatically when we move to the right side, when we see how if the refining in the midstream is concentrated or not, and then we see there almost one color that explains everything, and that's China. So as you know, there is a geopolitical momentum on many countries deciding to invest resources, to move along the value chain and moving to diversify the sources for the midstream, that is where the refined minerals come from. So that's this clear opportunity for LAC to seize this advantage and really invest in this segment of the market. So what we do in the IDB? So we have 2 sisters institutions as part of the IDB Group, the IDB that does sovereign lending, that is with guarantee from the government, and then IDB Invest that lends directly to the private sector. And the interesting thing of mining is that we are totally complementary. Why? Because the public sector works with the governments in the upstream in generating the enabling conditions for investment. So we've been doing or engaging with countries, client countries, to improve permitting, social permitting, to help small and medium enterprises provide essential inputs to large mining companies. We are working with countries to develop capacities of geological institutes. It's absolutely important to have sound, very strong geological institutes to do the mapping and understand what minerals are underground. That's very expensive. We are helping with that. And then we are working with countries to accelerate all the processes that are required to allow projects to go forward. And then comes projects. In the mining sector, most of them are large private companies that invest, in general, are not from the region, with the exception of a couple of countries, probably Chile, the example with Codelco, but it's large foreign capitals that invest in the region, and that gets the financing from the IDB Invest, especially in the new segments, developing segments like lithium. So we are, as an institution, going forward, and to help make this transformation possible, we are planning to launch a new initiative that is called IDB-LAC Minerals, to bring together partnerships, public and private, countries, to develop the sector. We expect to launch this initiative in the Dominican Republic in the 2025 CEO Summit. So what are the pillars of this initiative? First and foremost, as I mentioned before, we need to work on the policy reforms, on the enabling environment, to strengthen public sector institutions, to have a sound fiscal framework, to understand how the resources are distributed between the mining companies, governments, through royalties, and then we need to work with local communities, make sure that there is a social permitting, there is, and we have to work with this, a misconception probably, or sometimes not, depending on the practices of the impacts on local communities caused by mineral extraction. The availability of water is key, controlling water pollution. This is where we need to do significant work. Then the second aspect is private investment mobilization and risk management. These are very complicated, long-term, super high investment. So the private sector would need somehow a robust framework, country framework, stability, macroeconomic stability, and if not, then it can be the project complemented with de-risking instruments, for instance, guarantees. And then comes here in the second pillar, the hard reality. And this is a hard reality that is based on costs. As you saw in the previous graphs, most of the refining and processing is concentrated in China, that has managed to produce with very or much, much lower cost than any other country. So how will it be possible to close this cost gap? Is through mechanisms that provide support to new projects, new refining processing plants. And those include direct subsidies, those include subsidies through loans in very favorable conditions, or off-take agreements with a certain level of demand with minimum price. So, in simple words, we need to provide, if countries want to move along the value chain, subsidies will need to be provided. And then another extremely important component is that extraction of minerals need infrastructure to go to ports and then be exported. So the supporting infrastructure has to be there. That includes water. Water is absolutely necessary for mining projects, and sometimes in regions that require transporting water. So we need to work on the mining water nexus, and then electricity. and electricity, so we require to take electricity also in many cases to distant locations on transmission lines, or work with mining companies to generate renewable energy on site if it's possible. And then transport infrastructure, that is roads, railroads, and ports, and that's of course a difficult endeavor and needs to, the conditions be there prior or simultaneously to the development of these very, very large investments. So this is an invitation, given this opportunity to work on this initiative, on IDB LAC Minerals initiative. Again, we're, as an institution, very complementary to the demands and needs of Korea, so hopefully we can work together and enabling value chain creation in Latin America going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to prepare this wonderful presentation and also the insightful presentation on the IDB Group's infrastructure and energy sector and finance sector. Thank you very much once again. Now we would like to invite another esteemed speaker, who is Mr. Son Eun-gi, Director General for the Economic Supply Chain Bureau at the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea. Who will offer Korea's perspective on strengthening economic resilience and cooperation through public-private partnerships. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Son with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here today and to share some of Korea's experiences dealing with global supply chain risks. Over the past few years, supply chain risks have intensified due to the COVID-19 crisis, escalating geopolitical tensions, and changes in major economies' trade policies. Korea was also impacted by these global issues and also faced supply chain risks of its own, such as Japan's export controls on materials essential for the semiconductor industry in 2019, and shortage of urea, also known as AdBlue, due to China's export controls in 2021. While addressing each risk, the Korean government faced limitations. There was a lack of preemptive preparation for the risks, and the responses were fragmented and ad hoc. The government felt the need for a comprehensive and systemic response across the entire supply chains. So in November 2021, the Task Force for Economic Security Items was launched to deal with supply chain issues as a government-wide coordination mechanisms. And last year, June, the Economic Supply Chain Bureau, my bureau, was officially launched to take the role to develop the master plan and to oversee coordination. Last year, the Korean government set up the governance framework for supply chain stabilization policies. In June, the Framework Act on Supply Chain Stabilization was enforced, and the Supply Chain Stabilization Committee was established as the control tower of Korean government supply chain policies. Also, in last year, September, the Supply Chain Resilience Fund was launched as a policy tool, as a main policy tool to support the companies. The Framework Act on Supply Chain Stabilization is the legal basis for the policies and coordination related to supply chain stabilization. Next is the Supply Chain Stabilization Committee which is chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister you saw in the morning session, and composed of 18 ministers and also private sector experts. It serves as the central venue for key decisions on supply chain stabilization policies, such as designation of economic security items or the management of the Supply Chain Resilience Fund. As the main tool for support, we have the Supply Chain Resilience Fund I mentioned, which was launched at a scale of 5 trillion won last year. Starting from this year, the fund has been expanded to 10 trillion won per year. The fund supports private sector supply chain stabilization efforts through instruments such as loans, guarantees, and investments. This fund is operated by the Korea Action Bank, K-Action Bank. Through such governance structure, the Korean government is making comprehensive assessment and response to impacts throughout the whole supply chain. This allows cooperation between the various ministries, public institutions, and the private sector related to each and every step of the supply chain. Now I'd like to give a brief introduction on Korea's key supply chain stabilization policies under the framework for the Supply Chain Stabilization 3 Years Master Plan. First, we've designated and are managing about 300 economic security items and services that are considered critical to Korea's economy and stable supply chains. Next is the early warning system by which the Korean government monitors and shares trends in economic security items and detects risk factors in advance. We are currently upgrading the system to launch an integrated IT platform linking multiple ministries and institutions. Looking ahead, we plan to expand information sharing with overseas missions and intelligence agencies to capture qualitative signals as well. For economic security items and services, we are encouraging domestic production and diversifying import sources. The Supply Chain Resilience Fund is being mobilized to provide financial support for these efforts. Moreover, we are expanding public stockpiles of critical minerals and other strategic goods vulnerable to export controls. Alongside these internal policy measures, Korea recognized that no single country can secure supply chain resilience alone. This is why cooperation with international partners like you, LAC countries, is essential. Korea is actively participating in multilateral cooperation also, such as the Minerals Security Partnership and the IPEF, Crisis Response Network. Moving on, Korea also has policy measures dedicated to critical minerals supply chains. We operate a Critical Minerals Investment Council to promote public-private joint investment in critical minerals. It's chaired by the Minister of Economic Finance of Korea. Next, I'd like to introduce some tools about the related critical minerals, policies. Next, the so-called success-based loans are provided for overseas resource development. For example, in case of failure of a critical minerals development project, up to 80% of the principal and interest can be written off. In addition, the government provides supply chain preferential guarantee program. Under this program, SMEs that benefited from the Supply Chain Resilience Fund are granted preferential guarantee ratios and discounted fees as a follow-up support measure. Finally, we have 2 supply chain equity funds in operation. They are public-private joint equity funds to invest in supply chain companies. The Supply Chain Stabilization Fund by K-Exim and private investors was established last year, December. This fund reduces private investors' risks through co-investment. Another one is the Global Supply Chain Response Fund, is focused on supporting SMEs in the minerals, parts, and equipment sector. This fund was established last year, March. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that Korea hopes to further strengthen cooperation with LAC countries, Thomas mentioned the LAC minerals, to build a sustainable and resilient supply chain together based on mutual trust and shared prosperity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Director General Mr. Son Eun-gi, for your valuable insight and for sharing Korea's perspective on strengthening economy resilience and cooperation. Thank you so much once again to prepare such a wonderful presentation. Yes, we are on the afternoon session with a very special presentation titled Securing and Decarbonizing Critical Mineral Supply Chains, Korea-LAC Pathways to 2030. And now we will continue with plenary session 3 under the theme Driving Development, 2 decades of Korea IDB impact on infrastructure and energy and the road ahead. This session will examine the legacy of 2 decades of Korea IDB cooperation in infrastructure and energy and the new directions to strengthen development impact in the years ahead. So to lead this session, we are so pleased to welcome again Mr. Thomas Serbrisky, Manager of the Infrastructure and Energy Sector at the Inter-American Development Bank as a moderator. Welcome. Thank you very much. And also for this session, joining us today as a panelist, Mr. Victor Hugo Ventura, His Excellency, Mr. Victor Hugo Ventura, Minister of Energy and Mines of Guatemala. Welcome. Thank you very much once again. And also Mr. Oscar Javier Torres Yarzagrey, the President of the National Infrastructure Agency of Colombia. Thank you very much. Welcome. And Mr. Chun Jae-min, Director of the Overseas Construction Supporting Division at the Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea. Welcome. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Chung Un-tae, Managing Director of Center for International Energy Cooperation at the Korea Energy Economics Institute. Please welcome him. Thank you very much. So now we would like to begin the plenary session 3 with the moderator. Yes, the floor is yours.
Hello. Is it? Yeah, it's working. So good afternoon again. I'm the same person that presented before. So we have a fascinating panel today. We'll talk about infrastructure, an area that has been super important in the partnership between Korea and the IDB. As you saw in the videos, the first video that opened this event, and then the speeches of both the Deputy Prime Minister and the President of the IDB that highlighted the importance of infrastructure in this partnership, an infrastructure that has contributed through the generosity of Korea closing closing the infrastructure gap in Latin America. And the infrastructure gap in Latin America is really important. Just to give you some numbers, and we have studies produced in the Inter-American Development Bank that shows that Latin America should invest around 3.1, 3.2% of GDP to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. And unfortunately, the investment is much, much lower. I would say half of what is needed. And it has been, especially public investment, falling significantly since 2014. And the Latin America region not only faces a problem of insufficient investment, in lack of investment, but in the quality of investment. So we have, as a region, weaknesses along the whole investment process, from planning to procurement, supervision, and that leads to inefficiencies that manifest in cost overruns, time delays. So we have, as a region, we face in the region a dual problem of lack of investment and inefficient investment. And Korea is the opposite. Korea has shown the ability to invest a lot, to invest in quantity that has enabled the country to virtually close the infrastructure gap. And it has, and this is the most fascinating thing coming from Latin America, is that it went well beyond the construction of infrastructure assets and bridges, water treatment plants, transmission lines. It's a use of technology. It's a way technology is leveraged for asset management and the proven experience with different delivery models, including PPPs. So just referring, before going to the questions, on the role of Korea and the IDB in this partnership, there's been a co-financing of over $600 million, 11 projects in 7 countries in water, energy, transport. And not only, Korea has not only helped in terms of building assets that are much needed in Latin America, but also on technical cooperations, more than 30 initiatives for capacity building, for knowledge sharing. And I have the experience, the personal experience of being able to visit one of the projects in a very remote island of Honduras, approximately 10,000 people, an island that generated electricity only with diesel and with significant electricity losses. And thanks to an investment grant, now over 70% of the electricity is generated with photovoltaic energy coupled with batteries. So now people can enjoy full access, reliable service, and with tariffs, the prices they pay 30% less. So this is what really a testament to what impact can have this partnership. So with that introduction, let me go to the panelists, and we are lucky today to have Minister Ventura from Guatemala, Minister of Energy and Mines from Guatemala with us. So let me, the first question is about the partnership with Guatemala and the case of expanding electricity access. Korea is co-financing $120 million with the IDB. That will hopefully reach 40,000 households. So beyond this partnership that is trying to really achieve more access to electricity, what are the plans of Guatemala to reach universal access to electricity?
First of all, thank you very much to the Korean government, Korean institution, and the IDB for the invitation at this very important forum. Just I want to say that Guatemala is one of the Central American countries which is in the northern part of the Isthmus. So Guatemala has frontiers with the countries of the north, Mexico, Canada, and United States. And just in Guatemala, we are going and we are promoted energy transition and a just energy transition, and that is very important. This kind of loan that with the IDB and the Korean government give to us, and we are working is just for having an universal access to electricity. We hope to have a complete access to electricity by the end of this decade and in the 30s of this in the next 4 years. And so this is very important. The loan that was approved last year, we have in process the tender for carry out this very important infrastructure of rural electrification. Also, it's very important that you know that in Guatemala is a country that has in this moment about 70 to 75% in the participation of renewable energy sources, and we are working in a very important process of acquisition of energy, a tender process. We hope to contract in the second month of next year about 1,400 megawatts of energy. More of all energy will be renewable, and also thermoelectric energy based on natural gas. Thank you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you very much. So moving to Dr. Chung, thank you very much for being here. Korea, at least in Latin America, is an example of expertise in smart grids, in renewable integration, and also in hydrogen development. So what lessons would you have, can you share with the audience on this process that Korea took, and then lessons for Latin America?
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Before some of the lessons I can provide, I'm going to present some Korean effort to the energy transitions so far. Technically, Korea energy transition has not been an easy journey as a manufacturing-based economy and heavily dependent on fossil fuels. So Korea has faced structural and industrial challenges. But even if so, its Korean energy transition is advancing through 3 key areas: expanding renewables, developing hydrogen economy, and modernizing power grid using smart grid technologies, guided by a systematic and institutional supported frameworks. Renewable energies in Korea account for 10% of power generation, but it's aimed to more than double by 2030 through a major scale of solar and wind, and grid modernizations, and coordinated policy support from both central and local governments. At the same time, Korea is building a hydrogen economy from production, storage, and some fuel cell transport and power underpinned by the Hydrogen Act and the world's first clean energy certification system, all of which help to strengthen investment confidence and the industrial growth. Korea is also advancing the smart grid and digital infrastructures, expanding smart metering nationwide, and pilot AI-based management to integrate renewables more efficiently. So our experience shows that the technology alone is not enough. The practical progress is coming from a designed integrated ecosystem where policy, industry, and finance is together, backed by laws and regulatory pilots that foster innovations. So we also have learned that the mitigated risk management through paced implementations, starting small, testing pilot and new business model, and then scale up while building investor and public trust. So for Latin America and Caribbean countries, Korea experience suggests a system-wide approach and pace innovation can be a powerful tool. So aligning institutions, markets, and technologies, and moving together forward to step by step with credible frameworks can make a sustainable and inclusive clean energies future true achievable. Thank you.
Great, no, thank you. And it's really fascinating, this approach about planning and the steps of scaling up and the use of technology that is really, really impressive. Let me, Minister, go back to you. You mentioned this objective of increasing renewables. If you can be maybe more specific about the plan and say how you will integrate these renewables in the system, any challenges that you face, how are you going to implement this ambitious plan?
Well, it's important that you know that in Guatemala, the electric industry in Guatemala had specific important changes at the end of last years of the last century. And now, according to the electricity law, we have a completely open market of electricity. When we have a commission that is in charge of the regulation, our ministry is in charge of policy, and we have periodically we have tender for contract new generation power, and also we have tender for the expansion of the transmission system. At the beginning of this millennium, as you remember, the price of petroleum, the price of oil began to grow, and that's the reason because the Guatemalan government approved a very important law for renewable, for give incentives for renewable. And with that very important law, the situation in Guatemala changed, and now we have about 75% of our sources producing with the base of renewable. We use, for example, hydroelectric. Maybe the main source is hydroelectric resources, and other very important source is the biomass from the sugar cane. And also we are having a very important portfolio of new projects of solar, eolic, and also geothermic sources, plants. We hope just to have during the next year to have a participation of 80% of renewable, and also we continue promoting the integration. We have in Guatemala interconnected with our 6 neighborhood countries of Central America. We have, as this know, the Central American market of electricity. We are working for having in the future a new interconnection with Belize, and also we have an interconnection with Mexico. So we consider that Guatemala is promoting the energy integration, and also we consider that with all that set of action, we can have in Guatemala a very important point for attracting new investment specifically in nearshoring investment, and attract the installation of new industries in Guatemala. Remember that Guatemala is very, very, very close to the north and very, of course, to the south. And we say we can see Guatemala as maybe a huge, a very important hub for the Mesoamerican markets.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Chung, how do you see partnership or the most promising opportunities for cooperation between Korea and Latin America going forward in the energy sector?
Thank you, Thomas. Actually, this is great questions. As we look behind some national boundaries, so it is clear that the global energy transition cannot succeed without strong international collaborations. So Korea and Latin American Caribbean countries are well positioned to build a powerful energy partnership with the complement and future-oriented. So I'm suggesting 4 areas for promising cooperations. So one is green hydrogen. So many Latin American countries possess exceptional renewable resources, solar, wind, and hydros, so making them ideal for low-cost green hydrogen productions. On the other hand, Korea has a strong industrial demand, proven the clean hydrogen technology and large-scale manufacturing capacities. So these create natural synergies for joint investment, technical co-development, and market creation across the regions. The second area is already mentioned from Thomas is critical mineral and clean energy supply chain. So Latin America holds some of the world's largest reserves, the lithium, copper, and rare earth, which is already mentioned by Thomas present. So this is more essential for batteries, EVs, and all of renewable energy industries. So Korea, as a leading clean tech manufacturer, is seeking to diversify and secure their supply chains. So partnership in responsible mining, local in processing, and value-added industries can deliver both economic growth and energy regions in both countries. And third key area is related to the Minister of Guatemala's is grid digitalizations. So Korea experience with smart metering and AI-based distribution management systems and energy storage technologies can help improve the grid stability, where renewable energy is growing rapidly in these regions. So that joint pilot projects on intelligent distribution networks could produce a tangible result in a short time. And finally, cooperation in capacity building and joint R&D is very critical. Through the platforms such as APEC, IDB, and Korea-LAC energy partnerships, we can launch and exchange programs, training programs, and demonstration projects to focus on the promising areas I mentioned earlier. So ultimately, this partnership is not just about energies. It's about building a shared future for just, inclusive, and sustainable transitions. So together, Korea and Latin America and Caribbean countries can truly shape the future of energy landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So important going forward, the agenda, if we can jointly develop between Korea and LAC, the green hydrogen agenda, responsible mining and learning from experience and scaling up from pilots, hopefully we can continue the partnership. Going back, Minister, to you, we talked before the session about the mining in Guatemala as well, and the promising that it also has endowment, and what are your plans going forward for that sector?
Well, it's important that you know that Guatemala also is a small mining country. For example, in Guatemala, there is a very important silver mine that many people say that is one of the bigger mine of the world. Also, we have in the north of the country, we have nickel and also lithium, and there are also evidence that we have critical minerals. So that's the reason because we say that Guatemala can convert in a specific hub for having industry, for develop that new technologies that can also support, for example, batteries for the mobility for the cars, and also for the storage of energy. And in all that thing, we must consider the geographic location of Guatemala. Guatemala is in the north of Central America and is very close to the market of the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Also in Guatemala, besides energy integration, with Central America and with Mexico. Also, we are working with improving all the system of railroad system and also the port system. So all that condition, if you consider in a total, we can have the conclusion that Guatemala is maybe one of the best places for investment and for attract industrial relocalization.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chung, you mentioned in your last words the importance of developing these critical areas that you mentioned to have a just energy transition for all. But we know that sometimes that's difficult, that change has barriers, resistance sometimes. What are the lessons that you can share, at least from the Korean experience, to overcome those barriers?
Actually, this is a very excellent and timely questions. And actually, the transmission and grid modernization is very important because they are the true backbone of energy transition. But worldwide, including Korea and Latin America and Caribbean countries, the project is very delayed, not from technology, but from fragmented planning and complex permitting and limited social acceptance. So let me highlight some areas that the government action can make a big difference. So first, the government needs to integrate energy, land use, and environmental planning into a single long-term frameworks. So Korea reduced delay by coordinating those policies through one master plan developed with local government and infrastructures agencies. So these alignments improve predictabilities and investors' confidence. Just as important is simplifying permitting and coordinations. So in Korea, the government is rolling out a digital one-stop approval system linking multiple ministries, which has already shortened permit times by roughly 30% in initials. So adapting similar digital processes could help Latin America and Caribbean countries shorten project cycles. But infrastructure is not enough. So obtaining public trust through early engagement is critical. So in Korea, communities are consulted from designated pace with clear benefits such as local job creations and community energy programs. This includes turns the residents into partnerships. But none of this works without capacity buildings. The Korea strength grid resilient through storage and the microgrid, but also investing in institutional and human capacities. Regulators, utilities, and the local peoples are trained to manage the decentralizing systems. So those efforts, technology, and the peoples are sustaining long-term resilience. So in the end, the grid modernization is not just about the power lines. It's when planning, regulations, and peoples move together, and governments don't build infrastructures. They build trust, opportunity, and cleaner and future and fairer for all. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And it's so good to see that the way that you in Korea give to people in the process. It is absolutely key. So let me now move to transport. And it's an area where Korea can contribute a lot with its experience to development of the sector in Latin America. This is my first time in Korea, and it's impressive, and maybe for many of you, just realizing the development of the transport infrastructure in the country, just from the sheer size of the airport, Incheon, and then the road to the city, the network, the transport network, metros, and the use of technology to make urban transport appealing for all the people, all the users, and how Korea managed to keep the usage of public transport so high. And then we are benefiting as a region from that experience. Korea has played, for instance, a key role in the design of the first urban mobility observatory in the city of Sao Paulo, a huge city of 20+ million people that are really benefit from smart transport practices from Korea. So let me move first to Oscar. Muy bienvenido. Oscar is the president of the National Infrastructure Agency in Colombia. And Oscar, so from your perspective, ANI, the National Infrastructure Agency, how do you value international cooperation and what benefits have brought to Colombia? Just before we will mix here now panelists Spanish and Korean, so if you want to use for all of you want the simultaneous translation, please go ahead.
Muy buenas tardes para todos. Envío un caluroso saludo al gobierno de Corea, al BID, por esta investigación. La pregunta muy pertinente y quisiera dar un antecedente con relación a qué ha sucedido en Colombia. Colombia venía manejando toda su infraestructura desde el punto de vista público, a través de las obras públicas. El gobierno tenía sus recursos y con base a sus recursos empezaba a hacer las obras. Mundo globalizado, hablamos de las cooperaciones internacionales bajo un modelo APP de asociaciones públicas privadas, que en Colombia tiene iniciativas públicas.
So there are a lot of infrastructure projects in the format of PPP. So in this regard, in Colombia, we are trying to implement the PPP formats to induce more overseas capital to our land.
La estructuración de...
So under the circumstances, 갑자기 끊겼어요. 들리다가 들어오다가. So there are a lot of overseas companies who are interested in the infrastructure projects in Colombia. There will be opportunities for them to participate so that they can maintain or implement the infrastructure of our country. So along with the public sector and private sector of Colombia, there will be a lot of opportunities. So regarding infrastructure, there are a lot of disparities and divides and gaps. Thanks to the technological development and thanks to the accumulated experiences, there are some countries who are advanced in this area. So in collaborating with these countries, Colombia can bridge the gap in the future. So Colombian government will open up its market to the overseas and induce more investments from the overseas market. By doing so, Colombia will establish its infrastructure, and that will be well utilized domestically. That's the basic structure that we are planning in implementing a number of infrastructure projects. And other than these, the innovative technological transfer also matters. Transition also matters. So the government is depending on the Socialist Party, and as a member of the Colombian government, we are trying a number of innovations and changes. And under the circumstances, infrastructure will be further advanced so that the alienated and marginalized people can also benefit from the infrastructure of the country. So by next year, the most marginalized class of Colombia will get the advantage from the newly established infrastructure in Colombia. So universal coverage of benefits and advantages will be provided to all the people of Colombia. So more than 95% of the investments will be spent for the future-oriented areas.
So over the past decades, Korea has shared its transport infrastructure expertise with many countries, of course, and regions, not only Latin America, but of course in other regions. So what are the most important lessons that you can share from that partnership?
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Jeon Jae-min from Korean government. Back in 1950s, Korea was one of the poorest countries that rose from the ashes of war, but thanks to the ODA assistance from the international society, Korea could implement large-scale infrastructure projects, and that led to the miracle of Han River. That was the backbone of the economic growth of the Republic of Korea. So the history of Korea on its economic growth was actually the history of infrastructure projects that upgraded the quality of life of the Korean people. So at that time, Gyeongbu Highway was opened so that the Korean peninsula was interconnected further closely. So more and more people could commute easily. And after that, Korea could advance itself in terms of economy and in terms of society. And it could successfully turn itself from recipient country to donor country. And in case of Tanzania, the Korean government assisted a project to build a bridge, which is a Tanzanite bridge named after the representative mineral of Tanzania. And in Vietnam, in Mekong Delta and Ho Chi Minh, which is the economic capital of Vietnam, we established a bridge. So these are the cases of ODA projects that are led by the Korean government, and that would be the cases with Latin American countries too. So in Chinchero of Peru, we are currently conducting a feasibility study for future projects, and parallelly, we are also conducting a research and feasibility studies for future potential projects in the region. And the biggest lesson we learned from these experiences is that through the cooperation programs, our technology and experiences will be shared for mutual development in the future. So when the high-speed way was introduced for the first high-speed railway was introduced for the first time in Korea, TGV of France supported our projects. And thanks to their support, last year, Korea exported its technology to Uzbekistan. So when the technology was introduced, we made it domesticated so that we can reversely export our technology to overseas. And via international cooperation, we will transfer our experiences and technology to Latin American countries. And this will enable you to develop your own technology, and someday you will also make inroads into other countries as a donor country. Thank you.
Interesting, the transition of Korea between a country that received foreign aid to develop its infrastructure and then share that experience and resources with other countries that need it. So going back, Oscar, to you, what my understanding is the intention of Colombia is to develop now infrastructure in new sectors, railroads, but with an important component of technology. So in this framework, how do you see the partnership with Korea as leverage the experience of Korea with smart technology in transport?
Muy bien. Colombia ya avanzó en todos sus procesos.
감사합니다. In case of Colombia, the transportation infrastructure is at the 5th generation as of now, which means that for the first and second and third generation, compared to the past generations, the infrastructure for transportation is a bit more advanced. But there are some rural and remote areas in our country, and we are doing the projects for connecting these regions. Some are advanced, but some are still lagged behind. So the government of Gustavo Petro, who is trying to invoke a lot of changes in our country, is redeveloping the railroads in our country. All the railroads are connected to ports. However, some are no longer operated. However, by conducting a new round of projects like this, the railroads will be reconnected and reoperated again. And this is where we require a lot of technology transfer from the Korean government for railroads, airports, ports, and roads. There are different means of transportation. So these 4 types of delivery and transportation should be revitalized again, so that the whole country will be reconnected. So I believe that we need to revitalize the railroads again, so that our logistics system will be advanced, so that it can contribute to the economic development even more. And that will complete our transportation system, and that will open up a new path for our exports. So there are new projects for constructing railroads which are currently underway. So from the implementation and operation and maintenance, we will implement a concession project. So this project will enable us, and thanks to the fact that Korea and my country have long been in a good relations, I believe that the Korean government will support us. And given that Colombia dispatched troops to the Korean War back in 1950s, the 2 countries have special friendship. So this time, I believe that Korea will transfer innovation as well as technology.
The role of technology. But how would you then see the partnership between Korea and Latin America to foster the adoption of technology, of new models for the transport sector in Latin America?
So this year in June, I visited Bogota of Colombia. And as you mentioned before, Korea and Colombia have long been in a good relations, and in particular in the sector of transportation. there have been a lot of exchanges and cooperations. So I believe that this will go on in the future too. That was the reason that I visited Bogota this year, and along with other Latin American countries, Korea is conducting intellectual transportation system projects are being implemented. And what's unique about Colombian case is that we cooperated in establishing the master plan, which is legalized in Colombia. So it's one of the national agenda these days. That was the fruition or outcome of bilateral cooperation, and this will be further distributed and dispersed to the region. And Korea is trying to become a partner for mutual growth. And this is a reason that the public sector and private sector are trying to make inroads into the Latin American market jointly so that we can share our insights and knowledge by operating multiple cooperation programs and training programs. In the future, the partnership will be further deepened, I believe. And in terms of technology, in order to realize the transition to a resilient transportation system, we are ready to support our Latin American partners. So the transportation flow and the prevention system for traffic accidents and other methods for institutional support will be sought. And furthermore, we will try to establish a convenient system for the users of the public transportation. So we are trying to support technologically, but this requires the cooperation from Latin American partners. So from the initial stage, we will try to design the optimal system for you. Thank you.
감사합니다. 두 분께 질문을 드리고 싶은데요. 동일한 질문입니다. 2045년이라고 한번 생각을 해볼게요. 그리고 저희
of the partnership between Korea and Latin America. How would you see the transport sector and the results of this partnership? How do you envisage the development of the transport sector and how we can make this partnership work more effectively? Yeah, maybe you can start and then.
일단 20년 후.
So if I should think about 20 years after, I think that we have to think about how was Korea 20 years before. And so when we compare to the economic size of Korea, there were some criticisms saying that this was too big of a project. But we were able to lay some roads, highways, and also we started to build the Incheon International Airport. Now, 20 years after, we have localized these technologies. We are exporting these express railway technology, and Incheon International Airport became the hub airport in Asia. And we are sharing all of this with other nations. So 2 decades have brought us these changes. And so even now, we have to think about what kind of cooperation is going on between Korea and the Latin American countries. There is the Metro business project going on, and also there's the there's the Cayaho project, and then in El Salvador, there's the Lost Trust bridge building project going on. So there are several projects going on between Korea and LAC. So if we think about 20 years after from now, then the Zero Trust bridge will probably be a landmark of El Salvador, maybe. And then in Panama and in Peru, the metro over there, they will become a public transportation tool that changes the cities over there. So it became a huge pillar. So even if it's not a project that is currently underway, but even if it's a project that we're currently discussing, let's say in Mexico, in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica, and then going to Panama, there is 3,200 long Pacific corridor, and also this express railway system that we're trying to discuss or cooperate. So there are still a couple of projects that are under discussion. So if these would all be completed by then this would serve as a huge pillar for these economies. And not only that, in Korea, there is K-Pass that is leading the public transportation system in Korea. And so like there will be maybe something like a LAC pass. And there will be a public transportation system that is made. And so starting from Mexico, Chile to Argentina. And there will be one single transportation card needed to use across those countries. And not only that, like ITS and smart hauling through autonomous technologies without any stopping, we can use the express highways across those countries. And also, we could, dream about these things, imagine about these good things. And so moving forward, it is important because you have all these resources, the talents, and not only natural reserves, you have all these possibilities. And so together with the LAC region and with us which has all these excellent technologies, if we would cooperate, then I believe this is a possible scenario, not in a too distant future. And so I hope that IDB that has this extensive network and Korea and the Latin American countries and IDB, if we collaborate together, then I believe that we can have another Korea-LAC Business Summit 20 years after. And we will be able to share these successful experiences and projects and congratulate the success. And we will be talking about how we can expand these experiences to other regions and other countries. And I believe that I will be in the audience listening to all of that. I hope I can have that opportunities 20 years after. With that, I would like to wrap up. Thank you.
We that future becomes a reality. Really, thank you for going all these transformational projects. Hopefully they are a reality, and I join you as a retiree in the public looking at the people that come after us. So Oscar, any thought about this in the future, in thinking about 2045 and the transportation sector in Latin America?
So regarding future, I would like to analyze in 20 years from now. So for case of Colombia, in 20 years from now, multimodal interconnection and railroad will be completed. So in the afternoon tomorrow, I will have another presentation on the details of the infrastructure projects in my country. So I would like to introduce the projects in my country, and these projects will lead to a number of benefits and advantages by interconnecting different areas of our country, so that everybody will benefit from the transportation and infrastructure system, not only about industries, but also the economy will realize a new paradigm shift. At the same time, by doing so, we will reduce the emission of carbon. At the same time, we will utilize more renewable energy sources. More people will benefit from a cheaper transportation, and the infrastructure projects will leverage the GDP. This is the blueprint for the future. And to this end, Korea's best practice, experience, and knowledge need to be shared. That will boost the competitiveness of Colombia.
Thank you very much to share with us your insight and information with the theme of this session. Why don't you give another big round of applause to our moderator and panelists? Thank you very much once again. Yes, please return your seat. Thank you. Thank you so much. And today's conversation offered valuable reflections on how 2 decades of Korea-IDB partnership have just advanced the infrastructure and energy development across the region, from major connectivity projects to the sustainable energy transition. Thank you so much to our participants also to give us your interest and participation. Now we'd like to move on to the next session, which is session 4, titled Financial Innovation as a Development Catalyst, Strengthening Korea-LAC Capital Flows, will be held by IDB Invest, and it will discuss innovative financial instruments such as structured lending, equity investment, and green bonds that drive private sector growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it will also highlight opportunities for Korea partners to collaborate in sustainable development and investment across key sectors. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to invite to the stage the moderator and all panelists. First of all, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Pavio Pagundas, Chief Product Officer at IDB Invest. Please welcome him. And also, we are joined by a distinguished panelists who are Ms. Alessandra Berry, Executive Director for Development. First of all, we will have a session 4, so that is right. Yes, yes, we'd like to invite our panelists, Ms. Alessandra Berry, Executive Director for Development Finance and Advisory at JP Morgan. And Ms. An Sun-jung, Managing Director and Head of Expert and Agency Finance Asia Pacific at Banco Santander, Spain. Welcome. And today we have Ms. Andreas Yao, co-founder and partner at Asia Pacific Capital, Guatemala. Welcome. And also today we have Mr. Park Young-jin, Head of Global Marketing and Investment Group at Hyundai Engineering and Construction, Republic of Korea. Welcome. Last but not least, we'll invite Mr. Kim Kyung-lin, Ms. Kim Kyung-lin, Director General of the Economic Development Promotion Department at the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of Korea. Welcome. Now we'll begin the plenary session 4 with our distinguished moderator. Would you please take the mic to begin the session?
Can you hear me?
Yes, it works.
Okay, very good then. So good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, celebrating 20 years of the IDB Group and 10 years of IDB Invest. As you heard our president stating before in the introduction this morning. We are very pleased to have the Korean government as our shareholder for the last decade in IDB Invest. So today we have this panel on financial innovation. It's again, I will try to keep you awake. It's a hard time of the day after lunch to have a panel of this, but I have been talking to my dear panelists. I'm honored to be here moderating this panel, and we are very excited about what we are going to share with you today. So the session will explore how innovative financial tools, such as structured lending, equity investments, and green bonds are driving private sector growth and sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. We will focus on how Korean partners can engage even more deeply, leveraging new business strategies, financial solutions, and investment activities that create real impact, improving lives of millions of people across Latin America and the Caribbean. We will highlight successful case studies in infrastructure, energy, for corporate sectors, and discussing upcoming opportunities for collaboration. Our goal is to provide practical insights into financing models that support sustainable development and strengthen Korea-LAC investment collaboration. Each panelist brings unique expertise and perspectives on capital mobilization, financial innovation, and the social and environment impact of investments. And I invite you all to see their CVs and the outstanding careers that they have in Seoul available in their website. Before starting this discussion, I just would like to emphasize what my CEO, James Scrivey of IDB Invest, presented to you all earlier today, what we call the originate to share model. The way I simplify the explanation of originate to share is originating bankable assets. So you work with clients in originating assets that are bankable, rightly priced, so you can connect with investors across the globe that will co-invest with IDB Invest in those assets in Latin America and the Caribbean. For that, we need to create instruments that will be able to connect those assets with investors. And that's what we call originate to share. And this is becoming more and more important because when you think of the needs of the region, the 225 million people, 35% of Latin America without access to internet, 160 million people without basic water service. That's a lot of demand that no balance sheet alone, no bank alone can provide. Therefore, mobilizing private capital at scale to finance those projects, to improve those lives, is the key to originate to share. Now, it's also, as my CEO said before, Latin America has its superpowers, what we call the food security for the rest of the globe. 1.6 billion people is fed by exports from Latin America. Then you have abundant, competitive price and renewable energy that is available for the data centers and many of the needs of energetic needs for cover the digital gap that I just talked about. Then you go for what I call the diversification of supply chains. The people call it nearshoring. But when you look at the proximity of Latin America and the Caribbean to the markets in the US and in Europe, you have a huge opportunity for developing the region in bringing in that capex to supply the goods for those markets. And then finally, the critical minerals that many of us, we talk about it. And that is important for the energy transition and the technology. So again, originate to share is the way forward to bring development to the region, combining the assets that we can originate and structure with the investors that has this capital to invest and transform the region without the needed infrastructure that is needed to provide that development that I just gave some of the examples. So I will start with our first guest, and I'm really pleased to introduce the panel. So Alexander Berry is Executive Director for JP Morgan. It's an honor to have you here. So in starting with the first question, we have had a long-standing relationship with JP Morgan distributing those assets, as I just talked, on the distribution side. And JP Morgan has been a great partner in bringing qualified institutional buyer, 144A Reg S, debt capital markets investors to the projects that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. So in terms of co-financing, impact advisory across Latin America and Caribbean, from your perspective, how does IDB Invest involvement in a transaction contribute to the structuring, risk mitigation, and overall impact of the deal? Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Thank you for having me here today. It's really an honor to be here. And I think the relationship, as you mentioned, with IDB Invest is one that we in JP Morgan are very proud of. Over the past year, we've come into multiple transactions alongside IDB Invest, and it's a pipeline we hope to continue cultivating and growing. But really, our relationship with the IDB Group starts there. And so it really begins with the operating with the overall IDB Group in terms of the treasury, the operations teams, and helping to facilitate funding for the development impact mandate of the group itself. But then when it comes to IDB Invest, as I mentioned, we are keen to be partners with them for what they're doing in the Latin America and Caribbean region, and working with them. And to answer your question directly, we see a tremendous benefit whenever IDB Invest is involved in a transaction with or without JP Morgan, for that matter. We really notice that there are massive reputational benefits. And I think as a partner, what IDB Invest brings to the table is that they are willing to confront challenges head on in the region, and they're also willing to highlight opportunities to other investors, as you mentioned. And that's something in a partner that really is, very unparalleled and something that we would like to see more of. And so if I speak to that a bit more, I think first and foremost, that comes from just the regional expertise that IDB Invest has, and not just from their headquarters in DC, but also on the ground throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. Having that expertise regionally really allows for them as a partner to come in and not only address challenges head on, but also anticipate them. And so when we're thinking about the structuring, we can already go in and have those potential challenges addressed and thought about in the future. So that's first and foremost. And I think the second that we're starting to see more interest in, especially as we think about originate to share, originate to distribute, is the overall thought process around development impact and the development impact narrative. And so what IDB Invest is doing in terms of bringing capital to these markets in this region is they're not only bringing capital to projects with financial returns, they're bringing capital to projects that are also bringing about clear socioeconomic impacts to the region. And that's something where we can see that there's clear delineation towards these impact projects that are bringing about jobs, they're improving infrastructure, and overall improving the socioeconomic ground that they're seeing in the country. So that's something that's also very important to us as partners, because finally it helps us really think about how we're distributing this to end investors. End investors are starting to care more and more about this impact narrative in addition to their overall financial returns. And so when we as JP Morgan can utilize the overall reputation of IDB Invest, the stringent due diligence that you're doing on each transaction to then bring to other end investors and stakeholders, it's just overall bringing about more synchronicities throughout the overall process. And it's a very helpful partner for us to have in the region.
Thanks, Alexandra. And it's a great segue because we are talking about Latin America, Caribbean, 26 emerging markets and developing economies, and how to connect it with Asian investors. And again, I think what Alexandra emphasizes is the boots on the ground. When you look at the IDB Group, 3,500 people working closely with the governments, 500 bankers on the IDB Invest side, structuring the deals properly so we can distribute to the investors across the globe. I will ask Soon Jung Lee, Managing Director for Santander in the Asia Pacific, to share more with us, again, considering her extensive experience working for projects in Latin America. As you know, Santander has a great presence in our region. What key lessons and best practices would you highlight for strengthening future collaboration between Korean financial institutions and investors in LAC, and the partners in LAC? Thanks, SJ.
Thank you, Fabio. First of all, very honored to be here as a panelist, and then I'm also very honored to be in the 20th anniversary of the Korean-LAC this region summit, because I feel this is really big event which can promote most of the Korean partners to expand their interest or the success in the LATAM region. As a Santander, which is, I'm already here almost 14, 15 years, which, as Fabio just correctly mentioned, most have a footprint in the LATAM region, including Brazil, Mexico, Chile, Peru, Colombia. So all this kind of LATAM region is nothing new to me, and then it was a really almost a daily life way we are dealing with this LATAM region. But there is some kind of the gaps, okay, we can feel actually. So if you are asking me the question about Korean financial institution point of view, because still we are also understanding, we are also seeing very active promotion of the Korean financing institutions such as Korean ECA, such as KXIM, K-SURE, KDB are already quite advanced. But if we are largely think about financial institution in Korea, such as all the domestic banks or insurance companies, the security firms, for them, Latin America is still the far region. I see that what is the main reason for them to have a difficulty to have the increase invest or increase involvement in LATAM region would be several things we need to think about. I think firstly, most the biggest challenge is local knowledge, I think. Because local knowledge is something that is related with regulation, related with all the political change, related with all the, even the environmental regulation change, everything. This kind of thing is changing very timely, but actually it's true, actually somebody who is not sitting in LATAM, which is far, like 13-hour, 14-hour difference from LATAM, cannot have that kind of information, timely region. And then that is really also giving a lot of kind of concerns, like how the Korean financial institution, we can understand the project there or even company there in the thorough way. And then that is something that I see that the Korean, many of the financial institutions need some kind of help. Actually, there is many ways to help. I think IDB and IDB Invest will be the main, the bridge who can give this help about the local knowledge. But other than just local knowledge, I think there is other things about communication. I think I would like to highlight this, because actually finance is also kind of communication. Finance is still definitely, we are also digitalizing, we are also make a platform, everything, but the communication is very key for the finance. And the communication with Asia, especially Korea with LATAM, I still see there is many things to improve. Definitely starting with the understanding each other's culture, not just language, because I think there is already, like language-wise, everybody is already quite advanced. They can speak the common language to communicate, but it's more like how to understand each other's culture and how to communicate correctly with the correct terms. I think this kind of thing is more, I would say that it seems like it's a very wide concept, but this thing is like a kind of starting point, how to overcome. And then if this can be overcome, definitely we can go into the more concrete solutions, like some kind of programs, some kind of marketing activities. This kind of thing can follow. But I would say that try to emphasize these two things, because of my experience working in Santander, who is dealing with so many LATAM region. I think this too was a very big thing, that how the bank, financial institution can be more decisively go into any kind of project or any kind of financing, or even the future investment. Thank you.
Thanks, SJ. I think SJ is raising a great point. It's knowledge and asymmetry of information. So when you look at the Global Emerging Markets database, that more than 20 developed financial institutions, they pull together their data in the last 25 years of credit history of their portfolio. What you see there in S&P is just reviewing the data and coming up with new reports as we speak. Our portfolio in emerging markets, developed economies is single B, double B at best. But when we look at the non-performing loans, the PD and the probability of default and the LGD, the recovery ratios, of these 25 years of credit history, that single B, double B portfolio is actually behaving as an investment grade. So that's, again, this asymmetry of information, and I think as Jay rightly said, is Santander has been there, has done it, has been in Argentina over the cycles, and many other countries, as SJ said, and is enjoying those returns because they know, they have the knowledge, they have been using and leveraging IDB Group and the information flow. So again, we can be that bridge, bringing in investors from Asia to Latin America and Caribbean, relying on data, on knowledge, on boots on the ground that is close to the projects that we are financing, structuring those projects in the right way, with the right governance, the right careful minds, with structuring capabilities. It's actually a very good follow-on because now Andres Valadares, the co-founder and partner of H Pacific Capital, will share more with us about a specific project in Guatemala that the main objective is the social impact. And for youth, through the student program and the performance-based incentives embedded in a blended finance tranche, financed by the Canadian Climate Fund for the private sector in the Americas, how you envision, Andres, it serving as a benchmark for future social infrastructure model in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Just to give you a little bit of background of the project that we did is through our foundation, Fundación Montesquieu, we participating in the founding of a university in 2010. Guatemala is a country that has a lot of young people. Almost 40% of our population is under 30. So it's not only infrastructure that we need, but we need to create the capabilities in our people to actually create opportunity and for them to be able to take advantage of the opportunities and the economic and provide economic growth. So in 2010, we founded a new university in Guatemala that primarily focuses on having each student receive also classes on free market principles. We've grown that university. We have about 12,000 students today. In 2017, we did a partnership with the Olympic Committee because one of the things in Guatemala that we don't have is that there is no linkage between education and sports. And we believe that sports is an important pillar of, let's say, educating young people. It provides a lot of skills, it provides teamwork and discipline. And so we set about to construct a new university campus. We're developing about 30 hectares where we are doing a K-12 school, a university, and an Olympic villa that can hold about 18 sports. And it's also a high-performance athlete development center. And it's been a fantastic project. We brought IDB Invest on board since 2018. And we've been working on it for the past 7 years. And just recently, we began construction in February of this year. And so it's been quite an experience. And what we're trying to do is create a model where, let's say, a privately run education system is able to provide scholarships for students who otherwise could not afford a system like this or an infrastructure like this in a country that has many challenges when it comes to having access to quality education. And so IDB has been a fantastic partner, and it's been a challenging transaction, but with all of the capabilities that IDB Invest was able to deploy, we were able to structure a transaction that managed to make this project possible.
Thanks, Andres. And I will actually go to Ki Young Kim. Sorry for my really bad Korean. She allowed me to call her Lin. So it's great. Is the Director General for the Korea-LAC Sim. Lin, I think it's a pleasure to announce that we signed it on last Friday, the Private Sector Development Investment Facility, the PDIF, and the CACSIM and IDB Invest. So I'm now listening to Andres, thinking about this challenging project in Guatemala, and thinking, Lynn, how again, the PGIF differs from KEXIM's traditional ECA financing tools, particularly in terms of these risk appetite and development objectives when applied to projects in Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a great pleasure to introduce KEXIM new financing instrument PDIF today. KEXIM was founded with two core mandates. First is to support Korean companies' export, import, and overseas investment. Second, to enhance the economic cooperation with the partner countries. Over the past almost a half-century history, KEXIM largely more focused on the first mandate as export credit agency. We take pride in nurturing Korea's key industries like the semiconductor and shipbuilding, as well as to financing Korean exporters and contractors across the sectors like infrastructure, energy, and defense. As the business activities of Korean companies have grown more global, diverse, and complex, we recognized their financing needs are not always properly addressed by ECA function alone. And at the same time, we take more responsibility and broader perspective to responding to global challenges like the sustainable development, climate change, and supply chain disruption. To address these challenges more properly, we formally launched our development finance instrument, PDIF, October last year, almost 1 year ago, to serve the private sector in developing countries and emerging markets. PDIF enables KEXIM to finance transactions which can generate strong development impact, not requiring direct Korean nexus. This flexibility also enables us to co-finance with the MDBs like IDB more effectively and more easily. In terms of risk appetite, both PDIF and KEXIM ECA function are self-sustaining, not relying on our government budgetary support. However, their origination differ. For KEXIM ECA function, they more focus on the strategically critical sectors aligned with our government key policy priorities, especially industrial and trade policies. Unlike our ECA financing, PDIF is designed to take more bold risk appetite for transactions where there is clean development impact and global partnership. In short, PDIF complements KEXIM ECA financing, broadening our reach beyond Korean interest to more broad global development cooperation, especially in the dynamic regions like Latin America and Caribbean countries.
Thank you, Lynn. It's a pleasure to team up with the Korea-LAC scene in many projects, and the next one that we are going to hear about it is actually a traditional export credit agency, a flagship investment in Panama, very important, that is going to change thousands of lives of people in Panama. Is the line 3 of the Metro of Panama. And I'm pleased to introduce you to Young Gun Park, the head of Global Market Investment Group, the Hyundai Engineering and Construction. Young Gun, Hyundai is leading the delivery of the Panama Metro Line 3 project, one of the region's most significant urban infrastructure initiatives, supported by parallel co-financing from KEXIM and IDB Invest. What lessons or best practices from the Panama Metro Line 3 experience would you highlight for future Korea-LAC infrastructure partnerships? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabio, for having me today. I'm happy to be here with all guests. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate IDB Invest and the KEXIM Bank here for your full support for the second financing arrangement for the Panama Metro Line 3 project, our project. So far, we have learned lots of lessons during the execution of the Panama Metro Line 3 project, especially in order to carry out mega-scale infrastructure project with high technical difficulties. Cooperative spirit among various stakeholders would be one of the most important factors to be successful. Even though Hyundai has many similar experience in global market, we've confronted numerous challenges like technical, environmental, and social, and financial issues. In such instance, with amicable cooperation with stakeholders, including government, community, and financial institute, we've overcome such difficulties. Therefore, from the very beginning of huge mega infrastructure projects, strong effort to combine relevant parties as one team should be needed broadly. Moreover, considering limited financial resources in the Latin America market, another challenge we experienced through this project was extending the initial financial structure to accommodate project modification, which is inevitable while executing such a huge infrastructure project. As we've cooperated closely with KECA and MDB, like IDB Invest, second financing close could be achieved. So I'd like to highlight it is very important to maintain reliable partnership with KECA and MDB on G2G basis for future Korea and Latin America's infrastructure partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Young-gun. I think one point that is very important when we look at emerging markets and developing economies is the regulatory framework of each one of the countries we operate. Now, in the IDB, as I said before, very close to the governments, is that the honest broker that we talked in some of the presentations in the morning that can advise the countries on the best public-private partnerships and what is the right regulatory frameworks to attract this level of investments that the region needs in the infrastructure gap that the region is facing. So the force of the IDB together with the IDB Invest is what brings to fruition the mobilization effect that we can see teaming up, for example, with JP Morgan. So in the case, Alexandra, of the Greenfield Pulp transaction, that IFC, IDB Invest, Finvera, we supported Arauco's landmark projects in Brazil. Could you share your insights on this transaction? What made it successful, what lessons that can be drawn, and future collaborations between global financial institutions like JP Morgan and developed banks?
Sure, absolutely, thank you. And I never really thought I would get excited about talking about pulp production, but this was a landmark transaction and one we're very proud of and one we're very proud of to come in alongside the likes of IDB Invest and IFC. And the reason being, and just for the benefit of the room, for a little bit of background, Arauco is a Chilean-based pulp company. They were looking to expand, they are expanding in Brazil and creating a state-of-the-art pulp production facility. And so what made this so exciting is really three reasons. One is the overall size of this transactions. It was over $2 billion in debt financing. And of that, 1.25 billion of that was a loan co-led by IDB Invest and IFC. A consortium of banks, including JP Morgan, came into that loan facility. So that was one. And then the other piece of that was Finvera, who was the export credit agency, who came in for nearly another 1 billion, in financing, in guaranteed financing, as a matter of fact. So that's one. The second is really the overall complexity of this transaction. And when you hear the names IFC, IDB Invest, Finvera, and then 8 banks, it's certainly many different players working for one common goal. And that sounds a lot easier than it is. And we are very appreciative of IDB Invest really coming in and, trying to make that as smooth of a transition or process for everyone as possible. And as global coordinator, we're always looking to do as much as we can to make that seamless as well. And then the third, I think, is the undeniable development impact traits of this overall facility that will be going forward. So first and foremost, there will be expected job creation. Up to 14,000 temporary jobs are expected to be created during the construction of this facility. And then more impressively, 600 6,000 jobs are expected to be created in many sectors. So that's also something that we think is worth highlighting. There's 400 megawatts of renewable energy coming from this facility, and 45% of that is expected to go to the Brazilian national grid. So again, helping to support overall renewable energy and thinking of those key themes. And just in general, we see this as, and IDB Invest, I think, I don't want to speak for you, but sees this as a way to further strengthen industrial production in the region, boost exports, and then promote renewable energy, as I mentioned. And so those are really the key themes of this project that make us so excited about it. And I think in general, it did run very smoothly. I won't speak specifically to this transaction, but in general, when we do work with the MDB and DFI community, there are always a few themes of key learnings that we think could be improved upon, and one of which is really just communication between the banks and those MDB and DFI players. And I think, again, IDB Invest has done a wonderful job of really promoting transparency and communication, and it's something we continue to encourage. Like, for example, KEGSM and IDB Invest having this MOU is something we really think is hugely important for the field in general. So that's one. The second thing that we like to always think about is that oftentimes, and again, this is a global issue, is that transactions of this size are really looked at on a bespoke manner. And so you'll hear this over and over again. They're very difficult to replicate. They're difficult to scale. And so we always try to come from a position of how can we think of using these projects and scaling them not only in other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, but other regions as well. And that's where we really like to get to eventually. And then finally, what we always are advocating for is this was a club deal with multiple different banks, IFC, IDB Invest, and Finvera. While we're all trying to work towards one common goal of getting this funding completed, there are still many different requirements from each person working in this, or each institution, I should say. And so we think the more standardization that there could be, and again, KEGSM and IDB Invest working together is just a step in that, the more seamless these transactions will be in the future. So all in, it was a great experience and one we hope to see more of.
Thanks, Alexandra. And I think what she's raising is very important. We, in the IMF World Bank meetings last week or 2 weeks ago, time flies, we signed with Proparco, DEG, and FMO, the three developed financial institutions of Europe, Netherlands, Germany, and France. We signed an agreement to seek for mutual reliance. And what means by that is what Alexandra is asking for, that sharper communication, standardization, in which we can be more effective in front of the client, so the DFIs can rely on due diligence and speak the same language in front of the client. So this is a lot of work being done, and we expect to be in the forefront of improving the way we treat those mega deals, mega projects. Yes, it's, I hope all of you got excited about the developed impact of this project in terms of renewables energy, job generation, and having my country's energy grid more greener, in Brazil. Now, Santander, SJ, you have done so many of those large projects in Latin America, Caribbean, with your bank, and capex financings, and in collaboration with DFIs and other export credit agencies. What do you see as the main advantages of those financial solutions that we have worked on in the investment activities for international banks operating in our markets?
Yes, I think LATAM region, LAC region, is also one of the very big development region, as we know. So actually, this DFI and also ECA financing, this kind of support, is really inevitable, actually. For the commercial bank, who has a huge liquidity, we have a huge client base, but we still lacking a lot of things, especially because there is a lot of political risk which exists every time with this kind of big projects. And then that political risk is also together with many of the regulation risk, everything. Definitely this kind of thing, eventually all the participants need to share at the end. But somebody need to do some anchor job, you know. For that anchor job, for international bank point of view, this DFI's position is so important because you are giving the guidance, okay, how you can navigate this kind of project, okay. And then that kind of thing is giving a lot of confidence for international bank to follow, to even scale up the projects, to confidently to deploy more longer tenor liquidity or this kind of thing. Definitely the financing solution can be many, many different type, but anyway, whatever the anchor position by DFI is so important to make a successful CapEx project in LATAM region. And then another thing is I also agree with Alexandra's point, actually, because the DFI is giving the like example of the social impact, you know. If we follow some of the projects which DFI is heavily involved, we are already get some kind of, you know, relief about what kind of social impact we are following. This is even internally how to bank also need to, you know, prove that kind of social impact. Internal risk committee, internal compliance committee. I think the DFI also sometimes ECA's position is so important for us to have, you know, this kind of thing. And then I would say that also this one is always the topic, but still not 100% solving the topic, local currency issue, you know, because many of the big capex in this LATAM region, definitely they are not always corporate financing. There is a lot of project finance. They definitely need to involve with the local currency financing or FX risk, everything. As a Santander who has a lot of footprint in the LATAM region, but long-term local currency funding is not that, you know, it's not always enough for the whole projects. So in that sense, actually, really the DFI can really give some kind of guidance or even some more strong support about this local currency. This kind of thing is helping a lot. And I have seen this kind of thing, especially in Brazil, Colombia, also Argentina. Mexico a bit less, but I think most of the local currency thing will be always the key point, how to make a successful closing of the CapEx plan.
Thanks, SJ. Yeah, as you heard our president saying this morning, you know, we are becoming the multilateral developed bank for the private sector. That means enabling the environment on those emerging markets, enabling the environment for the private sector to flourish, you know, and really bringing in the private sector to invest in our region and bring in the developing impact that all those countries they need. Andres, there is a specific financial solution, a blended finance tranche given by the Canadian Climate Fund in the project that you described earlier. So how you have seen that the Canadian Climate Fund helping advance in the project's preparation and execution?
Yes, in our syndicated loan, the Canadian Climate Fund participated with $7 million, and it's a tranche of concessional funds that is primarily focused on achieving two aims. One was climate resiliency and sustainability of the campus. We are the first project, I think, in Central America that manages to get the label of Fast Infra, which is a sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure project. To give you an idea, some of the investments or additional investments we made to be able to get this certification was, for example, in our water consumption. Most of our, let's say, sports fields actually function as water collection systems, and then we reinsert the water into the soil, and we create a closed loop where the water consumption of the campus is actually negative. And so we are actually injecting more water into the ground than what we're taking out. And so those are the type of, let's say, investments that the Canadian Climate Fund promotes. Also in the social impact part, we have an important component on scholarships. We are being measured on what percentage of our population has a scholarship. And also, which I find fascinating, is that they've created a specific indicator of what percentage of our population are women in the STEM fields, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. And so what they're trying to do, I suppose, is promote this type of formation in our students, promote this type of careers. And it's been a very helpful fund. And I have to say, with the partnership of IDB Invest, we managed to get some really good advisory on how to structure all of this. And right now we're also working with them on how to establish a scholarship fund, so we can also promote scholarships for indigenous women. So I think the partnership with the Canadian Climate Fund and IDB Invest is only bringing more benefits to the project, and we look forward to working with them in the future.
Thank you, Andres. Lots of innovation and huge development impact in Guatemala. So, Young Gun, more broadly, what do you see as the main opportunities and challenges for Korean engineering firms investing and operating in Latin America and the Caribbean?
As for the major opportunities, we are seeing that the infrastructure and urban development projects are rapidly expanding in the Latin American and Caribbean construction markets, exceeding local players' capacity technically and financially. I think that Korean construction firms can bring significant resources and value to the market, especially in areas such as energy transition and infrastructure modernization and the growing number of PPP projects. On the other hand, in order for the large infrastructure project to be successful in that market, financial procurement and the political instability must be surmounted. So I think that the project should be carried out in a way that secures financial, political, and the business stability through intergovernmental cooperation and support together with the private sector's technical capability. Currently, in Latin America market, Hyundai E&C plans to continue our efforts to play a key role in enhancing project credibility with our accumulated experience and resources from the Panama Metro project. In addition, I strongly believe that collaboration with Korean financial institutions such as KAXIM and K-SURE and KIND will be one of the best financial solution to successful project execution in that market. Thank you.
Thank you, Young Gun. You just reminded me, and I will share later on 4 points that I call the crossroads in investments in bankable pipelining in LAC. So remind me to speak about it. But before I would like to ask Lynn again, considering the PDIF focus on private sector development, what types of projects or sectors do you see as most promising for collaboration with regional partners like IDB Invest in Latin America and the Caribbean?
Yeah, I think that's a very relevant question as we signed the MOU with the IDB Invest last Friday in KAXIM headquarters just across the Yoido Park from here. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to IDB's strong interest to collaborate with KAXIM PDIF. IDB Invest is actually the first MDB with which PDIF has established the formal collaboration framework. We are very excited about the opportunities ahead. Korea is well known as the global manufacturing powerhouse, while many Latin America and Caribbean countries are endowed with abundant natural resources and agricultural production capacity. This creates complementary economic relations. I see promising sectors like the energy, critical minerals, and agri-food businesses. And in addition, a number of Korean companies operate manufacturing plants in the region. Improvement in infrastructure such as electricity and water supply system, roads, and ports that not only crucial for local development growth, but also create a better business environment for both local and foreign investors, including Korean companies investing there, Hyundai, LG, and Samsung, and many others. And given Korea's strong reliance on international trade, where the total volume of export and import transaction of Korea is roughly equivalent to our national GDP. Streamlining the global logistics is always very critical for our national economy. In that context, PDIF is strongly interested in transportation and maritime logistics, which can strengthen the connectivity between Korea and the region.
Millions of people from water services and telecom, and I just shared in the beginning, and what the region can supply to the globe, what we call the superpowers in terms of food security, energy, critical minerals, and so on. Why we are not doing more in the region, and why we are not financing more projects. So we have a $2.2 trillion in infrastructure gap to service the region. So the numbers are astounding in many ways. So I define it as we are at a crossroads. The crossroads is upstream, downstream, price to market, and equity. And I will try to define it in the following way. And somehow many of the questions and the discussions that we have had here is addressing some of those challenges that we have. So upstream is all the work that we have been doing with the governments in each one of our countries, in the 26 countries that we operate Latin America, is to have solid regulatory frameworks that can incentivize the private sector to invest. Stability, institutions, we keep hearing about it. And that's the job that the IDB on the sovereign side is doing with each one of the governments. So when I go south to downstream, we see many projects in the region. But what is the challenge with those projects? It's the professionalism in terms of preparation, those project preparation many people talks about. Feasibility studies, financial model, are they up to speed, up to the level of institutional investors abroad in the developed world, in countries like Korea? When you see projects to finance here, the projects are well established, or well defined, well structured. So our challenge in the region is we need to professionalize and do better, so those projects, they can be ready to be financed. Then finally, there are two east-west here, there are two ingredients for that preparation. One is equity. Latin America and the Caribbean has not been attracting equity as the US, Europe, or Australia. So many of our clients that they go to the region, so think about a Spanish infrastructure provider building a road in Colombia. They need to recycle their capital because, of course, the equity that they have available is not enough for all the projects that they have to invest across the globe. So IDB Invest, or JP Morgan, or Santander, or any financier, we will look at the project and say, where is the equity here? Where is the skin in the game? And we need to attract more equity. We need to mobilize more equity. We need the sovereign wealth funds across the globe to work with us in an investment management platform. We are building one as we speak, called the Colabora Capital Partners, that will bring this equity so we can invest together with our clients in those projects in the region. And the equity is the enabler, is the skin in the game that enables the leverage, enables the financing. And that's another important topic that we need to address and we need to fix. And finally, what I call price to market. Price to market is key. Again, all of us, we are pensioners and we look at the pensions that we hope to enjoy when we retire. So there is a fiduciary obligations with the pension funds saying, I'm going to invest in a project if it's giving the right return. And there you have the adequate risk return on the project. The adequate risk return on the project. So when you look at the investment opportunity, and it goes back to the symmetry of information that we have been talking about here, the Global Emerging Markets Database, you have a single B, double B portfolio behaving as investment grade. So if the perceived risk is single B, double B, of course you are going to require a much higher return to invest in that. So when we say price to market, so we can bring in private capital to invest with us in Latin America and the Caribbean, there is an equation here between what is the perceived risk and what is the required return to that perceived risk. And we need to help fix that asymmetry of information so we can have the adequate price that makes the private viable, the project viable, and also attracts that capital scale to invest and co-invest with us in the region. So again, we are at a crossroads, a lot of work to be done. I would like to thank you, my esteemed panelists, for all your contributions, all the job, all the, again, excitement in these flagship investments that we have done in the region, millions of lives that we are improving. And I would like to close this panel asking if you have any closing remarks, any last message that you would like to convey. All good? So again, thank you so much for listening, and thank you for the panelists for participating and engaging in this conversation. Thank you so much. Round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator as well. To proceed this session smoothly, we would like to invite yourselves back. Thank you very much once again. We need another big round of applause to all panelists for their active discussion. Thank you very much once again to share with us precious information and also the experiences about the theme of the plenary session 4. Thank you so much once again. Now we would like to move on to the next program we have prepared today, which is plenary session 5. Thank you so much to our participants as well for being with us at the very end of all programs that we have prepared tonight. We invite you to stay with us for the final session of today's program, plenary session 5, titled Innovating for Impact, IDB Lab and the Future of Entrepreneurial Innovation in LAC and Korea. This session will explore IDB Lab's role in fostering entrepreneurial innovation to address the development challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as its efforts to connect innovation ecosystems between LAC and Korea. This discussion will also highlight early-stage innovations tackling climate resilience and demographic change and how these initiatives can create new markets, empower vulnerable communities, and promote sustainable growth through global partnership. So now we might be ready to have the presentation. To guide this session, we are pleased to introduce Mr. Cesar Bernadetta, Chief and Interim of Ecosystem Building and Acceleration Division at IDB Lab, who will just begin with a special presentation that will also serve as an introduction to the panel discussion ahead and will then act as today's moderator. So we'll please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, all of you that are still remaining in the room and want to hear about entrepreneurship, innovation, and the work that we do at the Inter-American Development Bank. In one of the 3 windows, you already heard about the public sector, IDB Invest, which is the private sector. IDB Lab is the venture capital and innovation of the IDB Group. We are the entity that works with entrepreneurs, with innovators, and I think this is kind of a unique value proposition among multilateral institutions, and hopefully you will find the work that we do interesting, because part of the things that you've been listening today and hearing is about how there are many opportunities in exchanging between Korea and Latin America commodities or value chain. But I think the world of ideas, the world of startups, the world of innovation, the markets of innovation really have a lot of potential. And this is what we do at IDB Lab. You already know about the IDB Group, IDB Invest, IDB Public Sector, and IDB Lab. We catalyze innovation, and venture capital and innovation is critical because the funding and the opportunities that arise through entrepreneurship are not just in billions, could be in $1 trillion very soon. What we do really is we try to focus on some of the key development challenges of the world and trying to solve them with entrepreneurial innovation and disruptive technologies. We believe that AI, blockchain, other technologies, together with the power of innovators and entrepreneurs, can really make a difference in things like health tech, like climate tech, and changing some of the key topics that the region needs support. And also, we are going to spark new industries for economic growth. These new industries are something very interesting because we've been working in trying to push the frontiers of innovation in those of the key problems of the region. In the 90s, nobody was talking about remittances. Remittances was a key flow of money going to Latin America. The average, if I remember correctly, price that people were paying was over 6–7% of the money that they were sending. Together in a program, we lowered that price to 1 or 2%, which was really a lot of money that was back into the money of the families, into the buckets of the families. We work in microfinance, public-private, green finance. Venture capital was an industry that took a while in Latin America to fly, and now we have great funds like Rogelio, Andalus, but it took a while for investments to be ready in Latin American venture capital, and we make that happen. Lately, we've been working a lot in areas such as responsible use of data and artificial intelligence, and something that I'm very passionate about, which is silver economy, which I think is an area in which Korea and Latin America share. For those of you that don't know it yet, Latin America is a part of the world that is aging really fast. In some countries like Colombia, the fertility rate is 1.05. Bogota is 0.8. There are countries in Latin America like Chile that is below 1% fertility rates. Many countries in Latin America are losing population. So how we deal with longevity and aging in Latin America is a key problem, and we need to learn a lot from Korea and the technologies and innovation that is being implemented in this topic. These are some of the results that we have achieved as IDB Lab. I think it's very important to separate, the first one is the number of people with improved conditions that we are really, targeted many millions of people, 20 million people in the past fund. We are going to target almost 50 million people in the new fund. Then the firms, particularly small and medium enterprises that we've been supported, that you can see it's 750,000 last fund. We are going to target 1.5 this new fund. And the project scale. Something very important about the work that we do is that we incorporate scalability into the analysis that we do. So we take a lot of risk. We are part of the IDB Lab, IDB Group, that is the risk-taking initiative. We fail a lot. I don't know how many people are going to tell you today, but we are part of the bank that we embrace failure and we embrace risk-taking. But with the condition that risk-taking really leads to scalability. So we don't care about if we invest in a startup, it's very risky. The moment that startup has a good potential to scale their services. We do three things. We do financing, we do knowledge, and we do connections. The connection part is critical, and this is the reason basically why I'm here today. Because we believe that connecting ecosystems between Latin America and different countries in Latin America, very different is talking about Brazil than talking about Ecuador or Guatemala, and connecting them with Korea and finding what are the areas in which we can find meaningful connections between the startups among the ecosystems. There are three ways that we do our work. The first one is the ecosystem development. That is what I'm more specialized in. This is really developing an ecosystem that is conducive to innovation. I was telling my colleagues before that I was in Brazil, and in Brazil there is this quote from a poet that says that the secret is not to chase butterflies. The secret is to build a garden and have the butterflies come to you, okay? So I think part of the ecosystem building is that to hunt for unicorns, you don't have just to go out there, no? We need to build gardens between Korea and Latin America, areas of interventions. It could be areas in health tech, in which we work together and we make the best companies to come to this garden, to flourish there and to grow. This is one of the areas that we do a lot. Second thing is we finance those startups either directly with seed or direct equity, or via venture capital funds or loans. This is something that we do with different, spectrum of funding, from a small seed investment to venture capital investments that are a little bit smaller than IDB Invest. And the third thing is we work together with the IDB Group, public sector, and IDB Invest to scale those solutions. We do have a lot of emphasis at the beginning to working with public policy and private opportunities for expansion. We've had a very productive and fruitful work with Korea, and I want to take the opportunity to thank our partners of GDIN that have been critical. In a couple of examples, the first one is the Source of Innovation, which has been a program in which innovations in water and sanitation have been able to scale and testing Korean technologies in Latin America. And the second one was the Korea-LAC Deep Tech Exchange Program, in which we did matching between startups from Latin America and Korea in areas of expertise. It's not easy building the trust, but I think the more we try and the more we make these connections between the startups from one side of the ocean and the other side of the ocean, the more we're gonna make connections more often and more normal. We find opportunities for further collaboration in different areas. The first one I mentioned you, silver economy, is an area that is growing a lot in Latin America around the aging, and this is a market that is gonna be more and more there. GovTech, B2G, how we support, you heard a lot today about institutional reform in Latin America, how institutions are critical for the growth of the region. How do we support startups to work more closely with governments to support and to improve public sector services? And the third one is biodiversity. Latin America hosts the Amazon. Amazon is, the more richest nature in the world. How we can support biodiversity using technologies and startups. We also find that venture capital investment is a critical area, and we are going to discuss more in the panel of opportunities of collaboration. The venture capital industry in Latin America still, we could say, is underdeveloped, depending on the countries, but it's one of the most capital efficient and disruptive in the world. Maybe the key message we want to send in the presentation today, and I don't want to over-expand, is that please don't see Latin America only to the place that you go for food, or you go for commodities, or you go for materials, or maybe you develop value chains for exporting your cars. The world of the future is a world in which we are going to be exchanging ideas, we are going to be exchanging opportunities for growth in technology, and for that, venture capital is critical. So when we think about the startups and the world that we can do together, it's a world in which we can see each other, Koreans and people from Latin America and the Caribbean, in a way that we develop businesses that grow in a different way, not just in a traditional way. We need to be able to find ways in which entrepreneurs from Korea go to Latin America looking for venture capital there, and the opposite, and both ways connect in a nice way so we can grow and develop this kind of opportunities together. Thank you very much. We are going to have a panel right now in which we are going to present 4 different initiatives, 2 from Latin America and 2 from Korea, to discuss these opportunities. Thank you. The panelists, please come to the chairs.
Thank you very much. We would like to invite our panelists to please come to the stage. Mr. Carlos Yugus, the CEO of Water from Chile, and Mr. Rogelio de los Santos, founding managing partner of Dollars Capital, Mexico, and Mr. Kim Jong-gup, CEO of the Global Digital Innovation Network of Korea, and Mr. Chun Sang-hoon, founder of Health on Cloud, Republic of Korea. Please welcome them once again with a big hand.
Thank you. We keep the conversation right now. So I'm going to start with, with Camilo, which is closer to me. Camilo, maybe can you explain quickly what you do and explain how an entrepreneur like yourself is here today?
Thank you. We live a water crisis. Maybe we don't see it, but right now, right here, but half of the world lives on medium or extreme access to water, a water deficit. And water, we are tackling this problem by leveraging machine learning and AI for optimizing and helping utilities and industries effectively run their water treatment plants, drinking water, wastewater, and desalination plants. We are in 100 plants in Chile, Mexico, and Brazil. And today, as an entrepreneur, I'm here because we have the support of IDB via the source connection, the Aqua Connect, source of innovation, the Aqua Connect, where we received financing for adapting our technology for local and rural communities. And that's why I was invited to participate in this panel. And today we're in 100 plants in Latin America, and I hope maybe next year I'm sitting here with 100 plants in Korea. Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you, Camilo. Rogelio, Camilo exists because you as a venture capital give him money, no? I mean, eventually, no? So tell us, how does a venture capital like Dalus operate in Latin America?
Okay, so I speak his language because I was an entrepreneur myself. Up to 2007, I had my third exit. Most of my companies, I launched 7 of them, were not in the technology space. They were in traditional industries, but I faced and understood many of the problems that we face in Latin America. But back in 2007, and they were an organization that I was very acquainted with, said, why don't you, instead of launching a company, you start to create a fund? And instead of launching one company, you can launch 100 companies. I said, okay, I like that. But I didn't know how to do it. So I started presenting the idea of creating a venture fund in Mexico, based out of Monterrey. And I thought it was going to take me like 6 months, but it took almost 2 years to raise a fund back in 2010. It ended up being a $70 million fund that for the times was a very big fund. Most of the money came from families or family office, well, families that didn't have family offices, now they have, 15 years later. But the interesting thing was that some of the investors that backed us back then was IDB Lab, formerly FOMIN, IFC, and the Mexican Fund of Funds, plus 32 families, 29 from Monterrey and 3 from the US. So that's how we got started. Today we have deployed a little bit over $230 million into 55 companies in the region of Latin America. So I have lived from 2010 to 2020, that the experience of, just to give you some numbers so that you get a perspective of what has been going on in Latin America. In 2010, only around $70 million were being invested into the asset class in all of Latin America. There were very few funds operating back then. In 2020, it reached around $4.6 billion. 2021 was the height of everything. But in those 10 years, these companies that had received venture capital funding basically created value of around $230 billion and created around 165,000 jobs, high-paying jobs. In that same time period, the public traditional companies of Latin America, the incumbents, lost around $500 billion of value in the public markets. So this is a signal that Latin America is also being exposed to this slow transition from the offline to the online world. And this is what got us very excited, because we said, okay, if we can really set up investment vehicles that can become a bridge so that good talent can access different types of resources besides capital, knowledge, and connections, so that they can visualize a different future, scale their plans, their ideas. Said it's worth doing that job. And that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Rogelio. I mean, a lot of opportunities right now that we see. John Cap, I would like to hear from you. connections, no, in GDIN. You know, why do you do it? Because I think why do you do it is
I think so many Koreans ask me the same question. Why do you work with the LATAMs? Actually, the GDIN, Global Digital Innovation Network Foundation, is a non-profit foundation under the Ministry of Science ICT umbrella. And we're trying to support, help the deep tech company in Korea make them globalization. Especially for the 8 years ago, from the 8 years ago, we are working with IDB Lab and IDB Invest to connect, exchange startup to startup between Korea and the LATAM. So, and because of that, I travel luckily so many countries in LATAM, and I got to make the statistic. Over 60 venture capitalists I met in LATAM, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Bulgaria. We met 7 years ago. And then for the last 8 years, I saw huge growth in area of the technology startup area, not just the traditional service or online e-commerce, not just on that, satellite or some the AI or sensor, and especially in the fintech area, the microfinance in Korea, we don't have that much startup microfinance because all financial infrastructure is well established, so they don't need to develop on that. But in LATAM, I saw it's a huge demand of the microfinance, microinsurance, micro debt, everything. So I have some responsibility to showing the Korean engineer or some innovation guy, please look at the market demand. If you don't know, you are not developing something new idea, but you can apply your logic or existing technology to apply solving their problem. I think that's the one of the beneficiary exchanging startup to startup, and we are doing like a technology curator, position. So we saw the market demand on the LATAM and tell the Korean engineer, can you develop some technology on that? One of the example, Ecuador, the Association of Banana, the chairman asked me, can you find out the technology who can calculate the number of the banana every year? They don't know. Huge farmland, so they cannot calculate how many banana they harvest every year. They just assume. So I say, yes, it can be very simple technology. Count on it with the camera. Still, 1 year behind that, I don't have the technology yet. So I apply satellite, I apply LiDAR, drone, everything. So this is a kind of challenge, and I tell so many universities, people, this is a challenge. If you solve that problem, it can be huge market opportunity, and that we help that, farmers, banana farmers. So this is one of the example reason I'm trying to connect, exchange startup to startup between LATAM and Korea.
Thank you so much, Jungkap. Sangun, the next one I think is to you as a founder of a startup, but also, can you tell us a little bit of your story, which I think is very important, no? Because some people say that you're an entrepreneur, like, you just suddenly become an entrepreneur out of the blue, no? And then but most of the entrepreneurs, they have fascinating stories, no? And I would like, to connect, why did you come to this place in your life, no?
My name is Sangun Jeon. I'm founder and CEO of the startup company named Hellsong Cloud. But actually, my background is clinical doctor, medical doctor. I don't know how many medical doctors in this room, but I believe that I'm one of the few clinicians in this room. So my story to participate in the IDB project is go back to the 1980. When I was the hospital president, Seoul National University Bundang Hospital, I was invited to have some talk in the annual conference of the IDB at Argentina. I was the dilemma, why the clinician, doctor, surgeon, asked that, what can I talk in a kind of this the multi-directional bank? So I made my topic as health-based economy. So how healthcare is important to the social affair or the regional or national economy side. So after I stepped down from the presidency and returned to normal professor, I recognized the limitation. My university hospital is a national university. I have a big limitation to do something innovative things. So I believe we need to set up some kind of private-public going together. That's the reason why I set the company here. Currently, I am also serving the president of the Asian Society for Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgery. So the advantage of the Asian continent president, I'm very closely communicated with the president of the North American, Latin American, European, and even African countries. Starting the Hillsong Crowd 4 years ago, I have the lucky opportunity to have the project with the support by IDB Invest at the Columbia Healthcare Digital Transformation Project. After that, I frequently visited Latin America, and now I can quite good understanding of the structure and the cultures and the situation of Latin America. So that's the reason why I would like to participate more actively in the healthcare sector in here in the IDB project. As you know, healthcare industry or the medical things are the kind of the orchestra, including everything. So from art or the ICT or AI, something hardware, infrastructure, and the software, all are melted in the kind of healthcare, as you mentioned, the silver economy. So I think the healthcare must be very important to this important journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're gonna keep with questions. We have time, no? So we can, elaborate a little bit. Camilo, what has been the hardest thing for you to overcome as an entrepreneur?
Oh, wow. That's a hard one. That's a curveball. Wow, okay. No, I mean, the reason I say it's hard, because it's really hard to identify one thing that's it hard. I would say it's being able to manage people, to manage the teams, and for example, right now, this is hard. I'm being here right now. My team, we have a team of 25 people back in Chile, and in Mexico and Brazil. And what could be they thinking? This guy thinks it's so important. He flew to Korea and is in this important panel in Korea while we're doing the work here. So something that's really difficult is to be able to support the teams, guide the people, and sometimes don't let your ego defeat you. And that means that you have to actually, right now, when we were sitting at the table before this, I was making an effort not to answer some emails and some work. So you have to, like, mentally, I was like, no, I have to focus. I'm here. I'm with this really great people that I'm enjoying meeting. So I have to be present at the moment. And therefore, what that means is that you have to juggle many balls. But the most important ball that you have to juggle, you can let many other drops, is managing the people and being with the teams together.
And Rogelio, you've been an entrepreneur yourself, and you look at the eyes of the entrepreneurs, no, pitching at you, no, and what do you see when you see a future unicorn? What do you see that we don't, the rest of us, we don't see anything?
Well, it's not clearly evident when an entrepreneur will have or not a unicorn, because there are many factors that influence, and even luck is part of that. But what I see normally in many entrepreneurs that I meet with is a sparkle in their eyes, that they're very hopeful that what their vision what they see can be created, and that they have taken it to themselves, and he or she has inspired a team to make that vision a reality. That's why I think that going back to John Cap, your point of the opportunities. What we need is what IDB Labs started doing when I met them, and they invested into us 14, 15 years ago, is we have to identify the right people in these countries, or the right people even in Korea, who share a mindset of that we together we can improve what we can improve our futures, our shared futures, by creating things that do not exist today. And entrepreneurs project that when you talk to them. When they every pitch deck that I see, all of them will have a trajectory of revenue increase like this. I never see a pitch deck that is said, I'm going to have trouble, then I'm going to do well, and no. They're very over optimistic of what they can achieve in the next 2 or 3 years. And I always say that you are under optimistic of what you can achieve if you work hard in the next 10 years. And that's what you end up creating once you have the right team, the right mindset, capital, and by capital or different types of resources. Capital is not the only resource that is critical. There are many other things that need to come alongside that capital. But those are the elements that at the end will help a company become forget about becoming a unicorn, becoming relevant, because you are having an impact on many, many other people's lives or in your cities or in your environment.
Great. Young Cap, once I heard the story about the rats in New York City. No? In New York City, apparently there are like 10 million rats, something like that. Almost as many rats as people, no? And they did an analysis on how the rats moved around the city of New York, no? So basically, 80% of the rats, they never move from their block, okay? So they lived all their lives in the same block. Only 20% of the rats in New York, they migrate to other blocks, to conquer the city, no? And I think this is very relevant because I think it talks to the human nature, no? 80% of us, we like, remaining in a place, don't taking risks, but there is this 20% that go global, no? And I think from Born to Global to GDIN, the global part is key from you. So how do we get to the global part in your experience?
First of all, I'm not red. Yep, the 20% of the venturers red always existing the same. So we are still getting some remaining that adventure position, no matter what, no matter where. But LATAM, especially in focusing on the LATAM market, is about 650 million population, big size of the market. How I miss it? It's too big, This is not small market because of the one language, actually two languages, Portuguese and Spanish. Two language and even the similar culture, no matter what the divide by country. So I think in terms of for me, is a one market. And it connected very well. So if I success Mexico, then easily can over the Colombia or Argentina, even the Uruguay, even the same time. So this is a huge market, but the problem is too big for the Korean tech company. For example, water decontamination. We have the solution, but the size of the water is totally different. So we have to recalibrate on the site. That's the big hurdle. We have to bring them to the Argentina or Chile, and showing them the size or the difficulty of obstacle on that side. And then coming back, think about it, develop the new technology to apply on that. This is a very long process, and it takes a cost and the time. So who did that? That's the GDIN stand for. We are leading that the challenging and opportunity. So, but so far, very slowly, we have a step-by-step successful story year and year. We have that on that.
Thank you so much. No rats. Sorry, the rats was part of the nature and of the world. Sangun, Health on Cloud, you are going to Colombia, no, and Mexico, yeah. So how do you build trust when you go out? How do you overcome all the difficulties of going to a different place? How does it work for you to go there and expand your business, and why do you do it?
Yeah, actually, our initial motivation to collaborate with Latin America came from recognition of the challenges and enormous potential for digital transformation across border. So Health on Cloud, we learned that the innovation is not just technology, but the creating the right ecosystem, access and education and sustainability. So traditionally, healthcare development relies on the brick and mortar infrastructure, which needs a significant time and infrastructure investment. But utilizing digital technology, we can minimize time and the financial issues. So as we have lots of the disparity, great disparity, especially in the inside of the Latin America, Amazonian area, very big city, there are big disparity. So to overcome this disparity, we need to maximally use ICT or AI, this kind of technology. So to do this, we need to very close communication with the local partners like Tec de Monterrey or the leading hubs in Colombia, because we do not have any good understanding and good network. So lesson from having the Colombian feasibility study, we recognize the culture. It's just not the Korean technology copy and paste inside there. So we need to completely change it according to considering the regional cultures, environment, and situation. They need not only copy paste, we need to completely transformation, not only technically, but the kind of culturally, emotionally. So to do this way, so we need great support from IDB. The structure like the IDB or GDIN must be very, very important to support this kind of infrastructure networking. Actually, after having the experience in Colombia project, the second project in Mexico is much easier because we had some understanding and situation, and the collaboration level is much better than I expected. I'm very happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there is this article in the New York Times that said people are divided into two groups. The first group that believes that the biggest challenge of the 21st century is climate change. The second group that believes is climate change, but is aging of population. No, so I like dividing people in groups. No, it's always interesting. No, so there is also a group. Part of the people believe that the biggest opportunity is AI, and there is another group believing that the biggest threat to humanity is AI. No, so Camilo, let's start with you. Do you believe that AI, and in your business, no, in water, how does it operate? And you truly believe that this is going to be an opportunity for changing the things for better, or a problem?
Another curveball. No, but it's good. It's good. It's good. No, and I just want to comment. Thank you for using the word inspiring, because that was the word I was looking for when I say managing. I wanted to say inspire, like making the team trust you and follow what you're doing. And I use a bad example. So about what you're saying, I am on the side that I believe that climate change is the threat we face, and that's why Martin, Marcos, and I, the co-founders of Water, we decided to build what we're doing, where we are helping industries and utilities manage the water to make sure the water is compliant, is safe, is available for everyone. And in the case of technology in general, before talking about AI, technologies are a tool. And as a tool, you can first, how do you design it matters a lot. Basically what happens with Einstein, when he realized, this could be the nuclear bomb, right? But before doing that, the same technologies he thought that could be used for so many good things. So it has a lot to do with public policy as well, on what incentive we put in place so industries will either, I don't know, use AI for creating a drone that would recognize our face and kill us in a second, or use the same technology on health, actually, on image computer vision for helping doctors better identify cancer cells. It has to do, I think, it could really be a threat, but in the same way as other technologies are now, and it could accelerate a path forward for sustainability or a path forward for destroying the world, as many people think. But if you look at the history of automation, when a new process is destroyed, people are laid off, and the key thing there is what happens with those people. Today, even you were saying about big companies here, like they have, they don't want to use the workers, they don't want AI because they could be laid off, right? But I see many blue-collar jobs that people are doing jobs that are really sad sometimes. So we could be freed with this technology. The thing is, these people are freed, or they go to the street and have no job. And that's where institutions like yours come into play.
Thank you. And to follow up, how do you use AI, and what is the kind of magic that you do with AI? Give us one example.
Thank you. So what we do is for anyone that's running a water treatment plant for wastewater drinking diesel, we are able to forecast, predict what's going to happen with the operational parameters in the plant. That's the magic with machine learning. We can discuss what AI is, what machine learning is, but if anyone here once at school did a linear regression, you already did AI. That's the Excel regression, you know? You already did the basic form for AI. So we basically forecast what's going to happen and provide a control suggestion. For example, the flow of the water is going to be too high, so you have to close the valve. So you can ensure that the water is compliant. You save up to 30% in energy and chemical and operational cost, and reduce the need for manual intervention. Thank you for the question.
Great. No, thank you. So Rogelio, same question. Are you a techno-optimist, techno-pessimist? And tell us the coolest thing that you finance in AI or whatever technology. It could be manual technology.
I'm an entrepreneur, so I'm optimist by nature, okay? And I always see the best in people. And definitely AI is it's another tool that will change how we see ourselves and how we interact amongst us, and we have to adapt. I like to see it from the perspective of that this is a tool that provides the perfect scenario for human augmentation, so that we can get ourselves accustomed to be much more productive and have much more information processed, so that, and I want to state this, so that we can take the decisions of what needs to be done. The biggest risk is, and we're very vulnerable as humans to it, is what happens with social media and our dependence on these supercomputers that we basically connect to the back of our heads every morning, and we go to bed, and we keep connected, no? And we're so dependent on as a product of many platforms that operate here, that we think that this is our lives, and it's not. That's the biggest risk. In terms of, in other words,
You don't think this is the Aladdin lamp, no, the magic lamp?
no, it's not a
Whatever,
magic
no,
lamp. No, you will not get a genie out of here. You're the genie. Now, in other words, what I can say is the biggest risk that can happen to humanity with AI is the moment that we cannot operate on our own, that we have already delegated our decision-making authority as individuals to these tools, including AI. That moment, we're lost. And please, if you have not seen it, there's a cartoon not too old of Walt Disney, I think. It's called Wall-E. Take a look at it again from the perspective of what we're experiencing today. And think of that scenario, of that future, because it shows pretty well what the big risk is.
And they're watching Netflix, no, in the movie. No, it's good. So tell me, what is the coolest thing that you finance in AI, the startup that is, the crazy thing?
Every company that we have in our portfolios of the 3 funds is somehow using AI, some at the core of the business, because they started as mobile native, AI native. Others are more using it to change the culture and adopt new ways of working. But the biggest or coolest solution that I have seen is in the health space. In the last decade, I think that because of the crisis of 2008, the financial crisis, the fintech space basically exploded with solutions in Latin America and in all over the place, all over the world. In fact, Latin America, to the numbers that I was giving on that decade, fintech companies created around 70% of the value of those $230 billion. And they attracted almost half of the money invested into the region. So, because of COVID, I think, and I'm positive that now the right people, the right mindset said, okay, let me dedicate my time to innovating in this space and help avoid having new pandemics or help people get diagnosed earlier. I have here some companies that we have in our most recent fund, and I want to give you, so that you get perspective of what's the type of innovations that we're seeing and we're funding down there. So we have a company called Clivi. Clivi is a digital clinic. It was founded by an entrepreneur that was born in Chiapas, okay, in the south of Mexico. This guy created a company before Clivi called Doctoralia that was connecting doctors to patients, okay? And he scaled it very fast in Mexico. He grew to Brazil. And then he said, he got bored. He said, this is not interesting anymore. I have to do something bigger. And he decided to tackle one of the biggest health problems that we have in Mexico, that is people with diabetes. We have, in a country of 130 million people, we have 21, 22 million people diabetic already, and around 10 million more that are in the process of becoming diabetics. And the big struggle there is that these 30 million people only have 5,500 endocrinologists in the country that can service them. So there's no freaking way that these people will get serviced by the private or the public sector, because there's no enough human talent and knowledge available to help them. The bridge has to be done with technology. So this is a company that started servicing people with diabetes by basically providing them the full solution, full stack, everything embedded. They don't even have to download an app. Everything is embedded in WhatsApp, because we all use and live on WhatsApp. And I think that the same will be here. But these people, most of them are obese. There's an indicator that they all have it outside of the parameters of health parameters, and they quickly have to put them into control. That increases the life expectancy of these people by around 3 to 5 years in their lifetime. And by identifying the trends and the new products, the GLP-3 products that came into the market, he decided to adopt also the same technology, the same solution for obesity. The company is growing at 20% month over month. Today they have 7,000 diabetes and or obese monthly users that they manage and control the diseases. They just raised a $9 million bridge to a Series A at a $75 million valuation. And they're planning on reaching in 2026 $30 million of ARR and becoming profitable. The interesting thing is that this company, it's in our portfolio, and one of our LPs, JICA from Japan, decided that this was too relevant of a problem, and they decided to co-invest directly with us. And that's a Japanese development bank. So they're moving, and they're also paying attention to what's happening in Latin America. Can I share another story? Eden, this is a digital imagery company started by a kid that is now 24 years old, but he decided to leave school at 16 because his mother contracted breast cancer. And he didn't do well on his first intent because he was creating a device to try to detect molecular activity. And then he said, no, I have to do something that scales bigger, and started doing some clinics. And at the end, he said, the biggest problem, the pain point that I want to solve and fix is early detection of problems and not misdiagnosing these problems. So he decided to build a very strong solution on detecting and processing RX images. Today, he's working with 3,300 hospitals or medical centers. He's processing 17 million medical images of 16,000 million unique patients every month. And now he's automating the analysis and the detection of anomalies even months before radiologists can do it. And for a person that has a lung cancer, 4 months earlier can mean the decision of life and death because he can start treating early the problem. So this is a type of, and they just raised a $22 million Series A round, oversubscribed. These are two examples in the medical or health tech space that is prone for innovations so that we can go out and provide people with quality of life, but also expectancy of a better life in the future, so that they can get to their great economy.
That's really, that's really with everything that what you said, and all the stories of impact. I'm gonna say that I think one of the best things really for me in working in entrepreneurship is entrepreneurs, they want to change the world for better, no? I mean, sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't, no? But in general, the perspective is really good. Something you said that resonated with me in terms of the future of work as well. My son just told me that 2023 was the launch of ChatGPT, right? So my son is 22 years old, and now he just graduated and started working. And he said that this is the first generation that when they started to work, they kept using ChatGPT. So they started using ChatGPT in college, and now they are working with ChatGPT. No? So this is kind of very crazy what you said about the digital devices. No? That right now you learn with this kind of LLM models, and then you use it at your work, no? And how that's going to transform the nature of our workplaces. That's kind of crazy, and we are living that right now. So the new workers, yeah.
Yeah, but I get surprised that if I'm with friends and we're playing a board game one night with only close friends, and I said, let me ask ChatGPT. I said, why? Why do you need to do that? Do you know that every time you ask a question, you're consuming water and energy in some part of the world, and they don't get it. They
Well,
just
it's worse when you generate images. You spend all the, the energy and everything in generating images of cats, but this is going to be the world, I think.
I know.
Young Cap, following with this, no? Tell us a little bit about your, your vision. Maybe, from Asia is different from AI, no? Maybe you're more optimistic or less optimistic, no? And give us a couple of examples in the line of Rogelio as well of impact, no? And why we do what we do.
Sure. I think we cannot avoid, even I don't like the AI, because we already have it, and it's starting ignite already. So I think we need to develop how we utilize good way. That's the main target. So there's not choice. Because as you mentioned, the ChatGPT, when I using first step, second prompt, third prompt, without that, I cannot live. Yeah? Whenever the board game, you're going to ask the ChatGPT, what's going to be my next step? The same as I think 20 years ago, the navigation came out. First time, and I see who used that. At the time, we using the Atlas, map, Yahoo map, sort of thinking. But now, even from the office to home, go back home, I push the button navigation. This is my go back home, very familiar routing, but just the habit, behavior. So consumer already ready to use it. So I think this is a momentum of the AI, how we use the AI to, more productivity, efficiency, something like way. So one of the example, the government, GovTech, you mentioned the GovTech. They try to develop the efficiency government with the AI. They have so many data, but silo. Each ministry have their own domain data. They never share it. This is top clearance, it's kind of the top confidentiality. That's why we tried in Korea, we tried to pushing the open the silo and using the AI, how we upgrade, for example, disaster prevention, disaster recovery. So police station, they have data. Fire station, they have data. Different military also has their own manual and data. So we combine and make some solution with the AI. Then it can be very benefit from the people living in Korea Peninsula. So this is the type of we try to pushing that, collaboration, co-work. On the global business term, the big issue is recalibration. If we develop the visual something detection AI solution with the Korean face, Korean, the behavior data, we can apply in the LATAM directly. There are mistakes. So we need recalibrate on the local market with the AI. So AI is about the data. Then, but the country by country different regulation is so very difficult to make the globalization. So from the several years ago, I insist so many president of IDB, we have FTA, free trade agreement. We need the FDTA, free data trade agreement for the startup. Actually, it's the startup viewpoint. Then we can escalate promoting more aggressively AI startup, develop the global ready product, not the Mexico specific product or Korea specific product. So this is a big issue for me, how we make a challenge with the different type of the regulation data, how we using that and to develop that.
Wow, that's a big question, I think.
And you can avoid tariffs that way also, just
I
going
like it.
digital.
Senor, one thing that is challenging lately, when you go to a doctor, is that before you go to a doctor, you already know what you have, no? Because you have put in ChatGPT, I have, a mole here that doesn't look good, and you take a picture. Actually, I'm going to say something that is true. I have a colleague that, I don't know if I can say this, but, because it's last time in the hour, no? She just had a baby. She's 42 years old. And she said that the best pediatrician is ChatGPT. She sends pictures of the poo of the baby to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT provides all the detailed explanations on how to take care of your child and everything like that. This is the world that we're living right now. So how do you deal with that as a health specialist?
Yeah, healthcare sector, the medical field, the AI seems getting more and more important. Okay, so talking about telemedicine, usual people's understanding telemedicine means a kind of synchronous, very simple telecommunication medicine. So it is good for the light disease like the common cold or just diarrhea, something like that. And then another way, the comprehensive meaning of the virtual health means the synchronous, asynchronous mixture of the whole technology. So Harvard Business Review defines the virtual health means using the kind of technology like a text message, video, something. So we can, virtual health provide proper health service regardless of location and time. So I would like to put more importance in the severe disease like a cancer, neurology, or cardiac disease, or complicated pediatric disease. So I'd like to split the two part. So simple part, it is very good. I can dare say technology of AI doctor is almost the 99% of these doctors. Even doctors, a kind of mistake can be covered by AI. But the remainder is the kind of regulatory or the something consensus things. But in severe diseases, AI cannot reach that kind of things. So in the wording of the clinical excellence, to reach that we need the first thing is the medical first education. Here, AI must be very, very importantly applied. Usual just the teaching, different from the AI can make the situation simulation and a lot of the calculation of the very, very complicated clinical scenarios and give feedback. It can make it very effective teaching. So here, for example, Korea, I can have the education program to the doctors in Bogota. I had experience to provide the open heart surgery, mitral valve open heart surgery, live surgery in metaverse environment to provide the Colombian cardiac surgeons. They can feel they are real in my operation theater. So this kind of technology can make a doctor, medical person education very effectively, quickly. And the accuracy means what you mentioned, that make early diagnosis is very, very important, more than important. The AI can do that, even the current technology of the new MRI or CT machine. So even several areas in the demanding areas, even there the medical equipments are good enough, but problem is the interpretation and how to make a clinical decision according to the situation. Each case, for example, the lung cancer is so heterogeneous spectrum, so that in each scenario, AI can provide the best selection together with the experts consultation. So also you mentioned in Mexico, large of the obesity, even some patients already entered the diabetes. Some have not entered the disease but have a risk factor, just like obesity. So this kind of the situation, AI can provide a lot of solutions. Utilizing AI technology, I can kind of managing my obesity problems and even health people to prevent to move to having the kind of risk factor. This kind of field, this left side, a little part from the hospital, but this is the more big population inside. So AI must be very important. So I would like to say that this kind of technology advancement, to reach the cultural shift, we need the people's participation is more important. People's participation and getting the consensus with the public, that must be very important to make the kind of healthcare, the cultural shifting.
Thank you so much. We are reaching the final stages of the panel. Thank you. And I have one final selfish question. No? I always think that it's important to finish as IDB Group, no? How can we help you, no? I think the idea of IDB is not just to give money, is to help everyone, you know, the countries, the people, the startup, the funds. So Camilo, how can we help you?
I think at a higher level, where what's the name of your managing partner, Mr. Chang? Yes. So Mr. Chang, he mentioned that for next year they're having a program with IDB where there will be matching Latin American water companies with Korean water companies. So what you guys are doing there is building ecosystems, and that's something that we do lack in Latin America. For many people in Latin America, access to capital, information, networks. Okay, if you have a last name, if you're white, if you went to great university, you might have access to that, but most people don't. So I think for startups in general is building those ecosystems and connections. And the other thing, as LPs from IDB Lab, helping venture capitals realize, especially at the earlier stages, that the VC is investing at an earlier stage. I will share an anecdote quickly. Once we were pitching for when we were raising our pre-seed round, a VC said, we invest in early stages. We're very proud of it. And we want to see some traction. I said, okay, some traction is good. But what do you mean by some traction? He said over $1 million of revenue a year. I was like, that's not early. And helping VCs realize that. Okay.
Rogelio, how can we help you? We can.
You've been helping us since 15 years ago.
We'll help you more.
It depends on what objective. If you push us to bridge this connection between Korea and Latin America, I think that one of the most important jobs that IDB Lab did was identifying this key talent of like-minded individuals that share the passion and that they dream and that they can build this new future that is better of where we live today. In my experience, you don't need 1,000 people to get together to make this change. You need very few people, but the right people. If you can pinpoint 10 people, 15 people out of all of Latin America that have the experience, that have the context, the experience, and the willingness to make this happen, and you can do that with the help of Mr. Kim on the Korea side, just get them together. The level of energy of those 20 people, 30 people is going to be so high that very efficiently those 30 people will find ways of how to bridge and connect these ecosystems. And don't shoot me, but sometimes you just step out of the way. Just take the foot out of the
No, we're almost finished, yeah. So very quickly, John Cap and Sanjon, quick ideas, 1 minute, please, because they're there.
Sure. You all belong to the IDB Lab, right? The money. Actually, to exchange the human capital and the startup to startup, compared to the Southeast Asia market, Latin market, for the Korean startup, it costs a triple up. Even the air flight and staying there, the time consuming. So I think that we need a fund between Korea and the Latam, promoting the startup, activating, exchanging. So money is the first. Then we want to collaborate more ugly.
Thank you. Sanyan, last.
Yeah. International innovators like us when entering the Latin America market the project is barriers are not usually technological, but a kind of institutional or regulatory. So institutions like the IDB Labs are uniquely positioned to turn innovation. So what we need is not just the funding. Of course, funding is very, very important, but anyway, strategical facilitating and alliance regulation and a connecting ecosystem must be very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists. Un aplauso en inglés? How do you say that? Applause, applaud, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for staying this late. You're the heroes.
Thank you very much for the active discussions. Thank you so much once again to share with us your insight and experience and knowledge. Thank you very much once again, our moderators and panelists, for concluding today's program with such a remarkable and inspiring insights and for sharing their meaningful reflections. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the plenary session for day one, first day of the 7th Korea-LAC Business Summit. Throughout the day, we have just explored a wealth of ideas and collaborations that continue to strengthen the bridge between Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean. We hope discussions and connections made today will serve as a valuable inspiration for your future and prosperous partnerships. Thank you once again to all participants for your active participation and enthusiasm. We look forward to seeing you this evening and to another exciting day of exchange and innovation tomorrow. Thank you so much once again. 감사합니다.